Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brent again. I appreciate you for watching. You know I do. On this beautiful Sunday afternoon, the sun begins to at least show itself in my neck of the woods. Maybe not your neck of the woods. Hopefully soon. We can tell summer is on the way, and that means the football season is just that much more around the corner too. And today we're going to begin to start to shift. It's the shift point. You know, you go through free agency, you go through the draft. Now you get to the shift point here in the offseason where we start to talk about some things that aren't necessarily related to draft or free agent coverage, but actually about the team itself and what's going on with the team and the exciting things within it. I dropped a video today on the channel that you can catch in regards to a little bit of a tidbit that Mike Macdonald dropped at one of his recent press conferences during this draft coverage, in regards to what he was looking to maybe do here with the middle linebacker and will linebacker role within this defense. And I thought that this would be a good time this time of year and something that I wanted to do just anyways. You guys might as well do it with me. And that's part of this learning process of what we're going to be getting with this defense, what it is that is Mike Macdonald's philosophy and what he wants to accomplish and why he does what he does. We have been here for years with Coach Carroll, and having a coach here for this many years has given us the opportunity to really learn our head coach in a way that I think is very unique from other fan bases that sometimes get a new guy swinging through town once every 3-4 years. And with us, instead, it's one where we've had a guy there for 14 years. So we got a chance to really understand why Coach Carroll did what he did, what determined his philosophy and what drove him. It's not the case now here with Macdonald. This is a new guy. We don't know how he's going to call a game as far as use of timeouts or how aggressive he might be or how much he might try to inhibit his offense a little bit or not inhibit his offense in regards to then protecting his defense. And so let's start kind of at the beginning, as this is going to be a little bit of like a video series we'll be doing throughout pretty much this next month, a little bit into next month as we do some of these live streams. Each of them with their own kind of separate focus and look on Macdonald and what he's going to be doing. And this one's a little bit about origins. This is a little bit about really just into the base, the philosophy. We're going to be doing a show in regards to how he took down our Seahawks. I'm going back through that footage. Oh boy, it's hard. It's hard to go look through that one again, but we'll be doing a show based around looking at some of the cut-ups from that one and exactly understanding what he did to Gino and the boys on that day. And then once we look at it, we will burn the film. Never have to ever. Never more view it ever again. But today, let's start at the beginning. When it comes to Mike Macdonald, let's begin with where his defense starts from and then where he's taken the defense to. Because the point of Mike Macdonald, unlike a lot of defensive coaches, is not how well can he carbon copy and replicate the thing that he comes from, but actually how can he take all of that that's come before him, find a way to utilize what's still best within that while still understanding he has to always constantly grow. He always has to constantly be in a state of adapting, evolving, and all of that type of stuff, because in the NFL, we've learned you can't just live on the same thing for years on end. It's just an always moving sort of process. It's part of what makes the sport so unique versus other sports where things do kind of remain stagnant. You know, you can hit a ball 375 feet. You're going to find your way into just about any lineup in the NFL. But in football, there's some different things involved era to era as far as this type of stuff goes. Where he comes from, and again, before we go to where this defense is coming from a little bit structurally and then why I want to cover it, kind of dovetail it into a little bit of what I talked about in that video that I dropped here today, is we come from this, okay? This is our background. This is what we know. It's all we know. It's all I know. This is your cover three. This is your Seahawks defense that you saw for years. You see this here where it's the 4-3 this is the pure one here, this coverage look here where you got the 4 down lineman, Cam Chancellor, literally right down in the box, serving almost basically as a Sam linebacker here, where Seattle's just really going to overload things up on the San Francisco 49er team, this Harbaugh team at the time. And you knew where these guys were going to drop, right? And you knew that Earl Thomas was going back and he was going to read it, and whoever came back into his center field was who he was going to pick it up. You knew your corners post-snap were going to take their bail drop technique steps and go back, right? They're not going to press and stay in the hip pocket of the receiver. Instead, they're going to bail back. The linebacker coverages could slightly change, but more often than not, you saw these little hook zones where you're just kind of go into a landmark and kind of drop into there. It wasn't anything that was really necessarily super complicated. Now, the players made it a little more complicated with their ability to communicate and work together and get on such a same page, unlike any other NFL teams, to where they could have little changes they could make play by play and their adjustments on the fly in a way that wasn't really built into the playbook. One of the reasons I think that the future generations were unable to quite take as much advantage in this is that kind of requires the players to do that on their own on this and have that kind of responsibility and intelligence to be able to make those kind of in-play designs. It's kind of like just like you're drawing it up in the dirt a little bit on the flat, so to speak, on the fly. So this is what we came from. This is what we were in for many, many years predominantly. Now, in recent years, certainly we built in some more cover 2 looks, some more cover 6. There's been a little bit more extra stuff kind of added in as like another extra little thin layer over the top of the cover 3, but the cover 3 still always does exist, and it has been still there at the forefront of what was going down. Now we enter into what this defense is, which is something that flips on its head everything that we saw from that. Because when I walked up to the line of scrimmage with this look as a quarterback, let's flip it to the side of if I'm a quarterback walking up to read this defense. I also know this, don't I? I mean, let's remove all the front 7 guys. Cam, KJ, Bobby, take them all off the board here for a second. And let's just focus on those back 3 guys. My 2 corners and my safety. I know that's where they're going. I know that's where they're going a majority of the time. So if I'm a smart quarterback and I know that, it starts to get a little bit more easier to understand of how I can start to attack that easier because I can predict where you're going to be. And that's the difference of where we're going now is you're going from I can predict where you're going to be post-snap by what you're showing me pre-snap. And this worked also when Seahawks were in cover 2. If they showed you a cover 2 look on the back end, you were going to get a cover 2 look this past couple of seasons, even with these kind of extra additions onto the defense and stuff that we didn't maybe run during the LOB days. And so this is going to be more now turning that on that ear. What you see is not what you get in coverage. You see a cover 2, it slides to a cover 3. Could be a cover 2, goes to cover 1. Could be a cover 3, goes to a heavy blitz. You don't know what you're going to get. This all comes from the mind basically at the forefront of this of Buddy Ryan. Buddy Ryan, of course, was the 85 Bears defensive coordinator. He was the forerunner of the 46 Bear defense. That is what we kind of come from. Now, this is the point, though, I want to start with is not necessarily where the team's at. This is always probably in the playbook to be able to use some of these Bear concepts still, but it's not one that you're going to see really used to the degree it was used back in the 85 days when you would run this Bear front all the time. You just would overload these offensive protections and you'd get to the quarterback before he could do anything, and they would slaughter some quarterbacks. It was pretty brutal what those guys did to quarterbacks at that time. They did it because of this man right here. I know you guys thought maybe I was going to say Mike Singletary, right? McMichael maybe. Nope. They did because of this guy right here. This man here with the frightened face on his eyes right now. This man's Doug Plank. And do you see the number on Doug Plank's jersey? That's 46. Yes, I'm not kidding you. The 46 Bear defense is not based around any of the pure Hall of Famers on that defense, but instead around Doug Plank, the hard-hitting strong safety of his day, number 46. And that's what gave it its name. Why did it give it its name? Why is this called this in this manner? Because of this. When we go to look at a 3-4 defense, which I'm going to show on the top side of here, right here, you're going to see a traditional 3-4 look here, right? Defensive ends out on the tackles, and then you're going to have your Bear front here with the 3 down linemen on in there crushed in, right? Can you see them kind of real peeled in tightly versus the top side there on the 3-4 front where everything's a little bit more loosened out there? It's a little more purposeful with the Bear front because, like I said, you're just trying to overload protections. You're just trying to force these guys to have to pick up those blockers, and then you can send your blitzers, and there should be some open lanes there. You'll notice as well the SS, that would have been Doug Plank. So that was your strong safety coming down into the box. Versus in the above 3-4 front, you see the safety would have been usually back in the, like a traditional strong safety, 12, 13 yards off the ball. So that was the real key difference between what Ryan was going to do here at this point. And he was just going to bring an onslaught upon you, play in and play out. And offenses didn't have the complicated protection schemes that they do now. Max protect was just not really much a thing. It was sort of like, oh, they're going to blitz us. Well, go hit go find the receiver that's going to break open. And it's like, well, that doesn't exactly work that way here on that side of it. So this was a very inventive defense. It wreaked havoc on the NFL in that 85 season. It still did very well after that. Buddy Ryan went on to be a head coach with the Philadelphia Eagles. We come back to him and his son continued to make this defense go, continued to make it work. Beneath him, obviously, at a couple of different stops that he had, both as a defensive coordinator and as a head coach. He trained guys like Wink Martindale and had him under his coaching staff. Wink Martindale, of course, then goes to the Ravens, offshoot from Ryan, who he himself was once a Ravens coach. And this thing starts to get carried more and more forward. At the centerpiece of it, though, as it gets carried through these times, nothing really changes. Certainly some of the coverages probably add a little more zone concepts, but it still comes down to really kind of an 80s sort of base nature here to what Ryan was doing, being that I'm going to overload you in your protections, and then I'm going to play man coverage on the outside. And we're not going to have to hold up very long because you're going to get home. And once we're going to get home, and you're not going to have the time to get to those long developing routes. 9 routes, great, but you need the guy to have at least, 3 or 4 seconds to get himself up the field to get to that 9 route or that post or that deep attacking route. And if the quarterback's getting crushed before that can even happen, it doesn't do much good. So it stayed very much in this kind of similar state. You could say it almost got a little bit frozen in time a little bit, did the scheme to a little bit of a degree. And Martindale didn't necessarily run it in a whole lot of other different degrees other than Martindale's real, I think, push into the scheme was putting in a lot of different extra adjustments, too many adjustments, having the player here with a preset assignment of what he's supposed to do. And then, okay, but if the offense does this, you do that. But if they do that, you do this. But if this isn't happening, then you're going to go do that. But if that goes to that, you're going to rip to the curl. And if you don't rip the curl, you're going to run down to the robber. And if you don't run to the robber, if they're going to show 2 sets to the tight end, to the right side, and you got every player kind of going, this comboed with the fact that, as I said, you had the frozen in time aspect of the defense being that still these defensive coordinators off the Ryan offshoot were in love with blitzing and were in love with their man coverage concepts. The Ravens had done a good job of finding guys that, could, if not play man coverage, could play off coverage and really reactionary in zone, like Peters, who they had run that through there for a certain period of time. But you can, at that time, there wasn't a thing where it's like, we'll have 4 quality starting cornerbacks on your roster. You had your 2, you had your slot, and the problem kept happening that the Ravens kept having their guys go down to injury on the outside, and so that they didn't have the depth to call upon to be able to make it work at that point, the scheme. They kept blitzing, but I don't have to tell you guys what happens when you keep blitzing and you don't have the good outside cornerbacks that can handle it in man coverage. And so it got toasty. Enter in Mr. Macdonald. Macdonald comes in and he says, okay, what we're going to need to do here is stop leaning on the man coverage concepts because it's hard to find this many good man coverage corners in this game. It's hard to find 2, much less the backups needed to make this work 24/7. We can't do that. The other thing that he did is maybe learning a little bit within Wink's ideology of the on the moment adjustments you're looking to make. It feels to me more like Macdonald, rather than forcing the players into those on the field adjustments they're making in the moment, more to saying, hey, let's do that heavy lifting within sort of the play call and the play designs and how much we're going to kind of motor this through a little bit and how much we differ things up in the scheme constantly. But then also having really certain things on what we're requiring each player to do, play in and play out. So it's not them having a thinking game going on where they're still able to play really fast and loose. But first on the coverage front of things, the changing of the coverages from what you saw pre to post snap. This is something that's not necessarily new to Macdonald, but something that I think he's embracing that's going on throughout the league right now, being that what you're going to show in coverage should never be really what you're going to show post coverage, or at least not at a high enough rate that becomes predictable to where the opposition can then, like I showed you before at the top, right? You run cover 3 for all those years. You run it the same way. You know where your guys are going to be. Not when you're running it at that high of the rate. This isn't the problem, what I'm showing you right here. If you're going to run it, with a mixture of other stuff, where that quarterback can't walk up the line of scrimmage and say, I know exactly where that guy's going to be. I know exactly where that guy's going to be. I know exactly where that guy's going to be. It is, yes, one thing where your players just have to be better at times, but it's another thing where you can't give advantages to the offense unnecessarily. And if they're able to predict where you're going to be, you're doing just that. So we got Macdonald at this point saying, okay, we're going to change things post-snap. We're also not going to lean into man-based concepts constantly and blitz the house as though we're playing with daddy's money, right? Because that's what Martindale was doing at that time. Wanted to blitz, wanted to keep it coming, Let's dial it up again. Dial it up again. Fill it up again. Fill it up again. That was Martindale. And he's not a bad defensive cord, but, you take everything too far. The point is never to become super blitz heavy. The point is to become just enough where, in my opinion, Macdonald's found it, that you're in that kind of money spot, that true money spot, being that he comes in on the back of this blitz heavy nature scheme. That is in the DNA of it, down to its bones. But it's not necessarily who Macdonald is. The Ravens were middle of the road as a blitzing team last year. So on top of what he's done with those coverages, now he starts to dial back the amount that you're going to blitz and the amount that's going to come. He's going to still show you the stack fronts. He's going to make it look like you're constantly about to blitz, right? This was you in a UFC thing about to go up against the guys like a wrestler. It's him constantly looking like he's about to shoot for your legs, but he's not actually shooting for your legs. It's the exact same thing here. He's going to show this constantly up, but he's keeping his protections on the back end. He's not leaving himself exposed, nor reliant on one guy to just kind of hold up there with shaky knees against these, badass number one wide receivers that can just, scope you from 100 meters out. They're tough. They're hard to hold up just pure one-on-one. So he goes to more zone-based concepts, less leaning on the man, spinning the coverages all across the board constantly and what you're going to see. Yes, the cover 2 shell stuff is there in some of the heart of what it does, but he moves coverages so much more around. And so you get the stack fronts, the mixture of coverages, what the stack fronts create for the front 7. Byron Murphy comes here, and one of the things that you can have happen to guys that are even moderately good as far as pass rushers, and it's happened to us recently. It happened when Clowney was here in the year he was here. Why did he only have 4 sacks? Why did Clowney in the year he was here this year versus Clowney last year, 4 years, 5 years older? Why was he more productive in that scheme versus ours? He played the very same position. Very same position. Outside, blindside pass rusher. They flipped him a little bit, depending on if it was a run play or not. So it wasn't just McDonald's never going to put you stagnant. Let's put it that way. But why did he have the bear? Clown's here, 4 sacks, good run production. I think he had a really good year, actually. Really good year for us. But what happened was Clowney fell prey to the double and triple teams. It doesn't even have to be a pure double team. It's even just the chip block of the running back coming out and hitting him in the shoulder as he's trying to get a little bit wider off the tackle. The extra guy that the offense is able to devote to you, they feel comfortable devoting to you because they feel they can block the rest of the stuff up right. What did Macdonald do for Clowney? How did he finally get him what I would say caged from his this problem that he's been hindered by for much of his career? And that is by the stack fronts. And this is going to be the same thing that's going to benefit Byron Murphy and Boye Mafe and all the rest of the pass rushers on this team. I come down, I bring the stack fronts, you change your protections. This leaves me now with one-on-ones where ideally when you're walking up the line of scrimmage, you wanted to get the chip block to the edge. Ideally, you wanted to have that guard clamp down on the center on Byron Murphy. That was the whole hope of what you were hoping to get done here. But we bring the stack fronts. That changes the game. Offenses have a predilection. They have a leaning, a pull in them. Quarterbacks certainly do when it comes to this. Think about it from their mentality. You're a quarterback walking up the line of scrimmage. You see that stack front. Now, you might think, like if you're a betting man, gut instinct, the little twinge in your gut, they're not coming. But do you have the guts to gamble that with your body on the play? Or maybe better safe than sound. 42, roll it. Roll those pros. Roll it. I don't think he's coming, Brandon. I'll be the judge of that. Roll the protections. He's been doing this. He's faking. Roll it. I don't care. He's a yard away from me and he runs 4.45. You want to take that risk? Well, you're blocking the nose. How about we chill with that? How about we just be sure? One-on-ones. Here we go. This is a little bit of what he's doing, and this is where it's like his defense ain't just one carbon copy off of a Buddy Ryan, Wink Martindale. This is the new thing. This is the new iteration. This is a guy who understands I got to keep pushing this whole ball forward here. I got to keep this whole thing going in what I'm doing and what I'm trying to accomplish here. So he gets Byron Murphy those one-on-ones by the protection stuff that he's going to be able to cause. We've watched the Rams for years do these same kind of creative games with Aaron Donald when they understand that he's going to get double teams and how they can do certain things and set him up and where they can line him on the line to try to force these offenses to kind of lean to him on the protection with the double teams, then take advantage of that, with a loop or a stunt. And then you're really in tough place as far as an offense because you're going, boy, we dedicated these two guys, now we can't do that. So Murphy's going to get his one-on-one opportunities. That's why Matabuke was partially why he was able to be as productive as he was. So once they start to get running, you can't necessarily just slide the double team to them because you're going to get crushed. Imagine this, you run the stack fronts, you decide you're going to hold the double team obligation in place. The double team obligation comes, but the blitz comes now. How do free rushers end up coming? You've put the double team obligation. You didn't count the numbers game was really, truly coming. You decide to roll that dice and make that gamble, and now you're sacked. And that's how that team set the sack. That's how they set the top mark for sacks last year as a team. Part of how they did it was just that. So it puts you into a pickle as far as an offense on all of these fronts. We can talk about the disciplined nature of the defenses that Macdonald has shown both with Michigan and with the Ravens and getting that instituted. We can talk about the tackling and how that should definitely come forward here. My gosh, my cat is driving me crazy. We can go through a lot of these different things that are part of what makes his defense tick and what he's built upon. But the other part I want to just touch on here a little bit is the part that's really coming clearly into focus now as we get through the draft. As I hear him talk the other day about having the want with his inside linebackers to do some very similar things. And if you haven't had a chance to check out the video again, please do take a look at it if you get a chance. I thank all the people who did have a chance to watch it, all the new subs off of it, by the way. It's doing really well. But the gist of the video was Mike Macdonald was asked if he was going to continue to have, as it was forecasted by a couple of weeks ago after free agent signings occurred, whether he was going to have Tyrell Dotson, the guy we signed from the Bills, to continue to be the middle inside linebacker. And then if we were going to have the guy that we signed from the Dolphins, Jerome Baker, who played middle linebacker with the Dolphins last year, be the weak side linebacker or the will. And as I said in the video on the thumbnail, both was basically Mike Macdonald's answer. And this is where I think he is trying to drive the scheme to, not just where it is now, but where it is to. I had somebody ask on my comment section of the videos as well, okay, he's going to have him play both Mike and Will, and, that seems cool, but isn't this something that all teams are doing? Isn't this, it seems like a straightforward. Wouldn't all teams? No, they're not. And it's a good question. And yes, you'd think they would be, but they're not. Macdonald said in the press conference, this is something new that we're going to do. He didn't do it with the Ravens. Queen got his chance at the middle linebacker position before Roquan Smith was there. He got his chance to try to do middle linebacker things, and he was not able to do those middle linebacker things. He got slid to the will, a different kind of position, just like I make as the point in the video, is that these positions are aligned right next to each other. They have different skill set requirements. Was KJ Wright shaped like Bobby Wagner? Did he have the same sort of movement and, just general? I think that they both were very good players. Both really good players, but different things that you need from each position. You need the length from KJ out there at the will linebacker position, just like you needed the, short area quickness and burst that you got from Bobby inside in between those tackles so he can get up under the pads of these offensive linemen so he can crush those rushing lanes before they even start to open. It's a bit of a different skill set requirement position. But Macdonald said, hey, I've got with Jerome and I've got with Tyrell Dotson, two guys that have both played the mic and the will. They've both done both. Let's take advantage of that. Let's lean into that. And what he's doing now, as you look at all three levels of the defense, is he's creating a bit of a positionless look to things all across the board. Let's start up at the front. Leonard Williams is a guy with nose tackle size who plays the 3 tech position. Byron Murphy is a guy that was asked a tremendous amount on the tape. I'm putting together a video for the channel. It's going to be around Byron Murphy looking at his tape. Asked to do a whole lot of nose tackle stuff with Texas, taking on double teams at the point of attack. And he was holding up, holding his own. So we got 2 guys right up at the front. Can do nose and 3 tech stuff. We slide on back to our inside linebackers. What's Coach Max say? Well, he's going to do a little bit of will. He's going to do a little bit of the mic. And so is the other way. Both ways it's going to go. And then what do we also know about the safeties on the back end? My free safety is going to do strong safety stuff. My strong safety is going to do free safety stuff. All 3 levels, complete and utter unpredictability. They can slant and set up to however they want to without the offense being able to predict in true knowledgeable fashion as to what's happening prior to the snap and where guys are going to be and what their responsibility will be post-snap. And a big part of what offenses are trying to do prior to the snap is get that exact information. What are you intending to do? We go back to the whole play model designs as I'm just describing what he's doing here at the Ravens versus us back in the days of the cover 3. You're here, you're here, you're here. What happens when you could be here, 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 here? What happens when you could be here, 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 here? What happens when you can be here, 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 here? What happens when you here? What happens when you can suddenly be a turn yourself into a nose tackle and slant here, and this guy can turn himself into a quick enough 3 tech to do 3 tech stuff, like be a loop and twist defender back around. And this is what he's starting to lay the groundwork for, and it's again something that's certainly been a part of what he's done with his secondaries to a nth degree. He's got, his cornerbacks at times being asked to slide back into almost safety looks and like cover 2 looks, right? He's asked his middle linebacker at times to be a single high safety and Roquan Smith at times. He's going to ask you to do a variety of these different roles. And at the heart of it is not just because, wouldn't it just be cool if you could do like safety stuff? It's that at the heart of it, you're creating the complete and utter confusion for these offenses about what they're supposed to do. And so many of these offenses, of course, have their coaches supposedly doing the heavy lifting, setting these offensive players up in a position to have success by the nature of the brilliance of their call. But the brilliance of their call is based around the strong safety doing strong safety stuff and the free safety back there in center field and the middle linebacker staying between those 2 hash marks. And when you start to flip that all every which way but loose, all the way across the board, it creates controlled chaos. And you create situations now for your defensive players where you're allowing them to get a win without just having to be athletically brilliant, without it just having to just flat be faster and stronger and more powerful than the man across from them. An advantage just gained without them having to do it. And they got all that other stuff to be able to bring back out into place. And if you put a talented team together that's good enough on top of that, bang, that's where you got real lightning in a bottle. but you're also giving them that at the forefront. You're not taking that away and saying it's all on this other thing. It's this and that. It's both. Both things coming into play. And the true wonderful development within what Mike Macdonald has done, in my opinion, and we'll see if it continues here, but it has all the way so far between two different stops, between what he's done with Michigan, the national title winning team of last year, on the back of his defensive structures and principles, and the Baltimore Ravens as a Triple Crown winning defense last year, is that he gets these advantages without what his predecessor, Wink Martindale, had to do. He doesn't have to put the family goat out there in the open field so that hopefully he can get the elephant gun shot off on the T-Rex before it takes down the family goat and runs back into the woods. The risk is not as bad. He'll show you the stack fronts, but many times, in fact, more often than not, they end up with a 4-man front. He ends up giving you all of those defenders that the prior regime here in Seattle used to love in coverage to have, to squeeze those windows tight, those passing windows so tight. He gives you that. But he also gives you the other thing without the risk of having to just leave the back end exposed. And this is where this scheme will be tough, in my opinion, to find just an exact adjustment that's going to just take it down very quickly, because it's not, number one, a stagnant scheme. This is what we call cutting edge, in my opinion. But it's also not one where the coach has indicated that he plans to just sit on this now. Okay, I've done all my work. I added the cover 2 adaptations to the Buddy Ryan defense. I'm really unpredictable pre to post snap, stack fronts. I've put my signature here on this thing. I've done enough now. But now to kind of start to build in this, okay, well, what if my 2 fronts are less about the nose to the 3, and I got a little bit of, I can go back and forth. Because what do we also have with Jaron Reed? A man that's played the nose, a man that's played the 3. And like Jerome Baker, like Tyrell Dodson, like Byron Murphy, like Williams, this is not you taking a player and saying, okay, you've done all of this throughout your career and we're going to force you to do this. Instead, you're saying, hey, you've done this throughout your career. Let's blend this into the defense and make it all work together. It's going to be so much fun this upcoming season, Seahawks fans, from my perspective, to watch a defense that's going to be completely unpredictable, that's going to be something that I'm not going to know what the hell is going on a lot of the time, and neither will the quarterback. Hopefully, for the first time in a long time, we're going to get to have then with that a scheme that will give these advantages and make things a little bit easier rather than at times feel like it's making things harder. If that makes any sense on the defenders. But I love what I'm hearing from Mike Macdonald with these intentions of what he's looking to do with the inside linebackers, knowing what he already does with the coverages in the secondary. As I was also saying in the video, you got teams like that Niner team that love to do all of that motioning stuff they do, right? Tight end comes set, double 2 guys motion back out. Kittle goes a little bit wider. Then he comes back around the set. Then you get McCaffrey coming out and he's moving in motion. Why are they doing all that? Is it because they think they're gaining a couple of extra steps to get the guy loose? Maybe at times, but what it's really trying to do there is get the defense to show, man or zone. Who can we identify as that Mike linebacker? Anybody that's played football doesn't need me to tell them that. And certainly I think the average fan goes, well, okay, why does it matter if Mike or Will? It's like, well, that's the whole other part of this too, on top of the guys being able to do different skills, is the fact that as an offense, you identify the wrong Mike and your blocking schemes are not good at that point. You're going to have a defender that you thought part of the whole structure of the play is out of the play that's now in the play. And it gets to be a problem. And if those teams are trying to get to be able to predict who that, lock in on that right Mike guy, that right player for what they want to identify as the Mike for their scheme with all that pre-snap motion, and they're looking for your linebackers to move with the motion to help identify themselves, help them out themselves for what they're going to do on the play. They just sort of sit there and stand there and look at the QB and look at the motion and just stay still. And as I said in the video, they go, okay, move your happy ass every which way you want to, ooh, Ooh, okay. You're going to go there. You're going to go here. Great. Yeah, keep it up. Go ahead. We're going to stand here and wait. Wherever you settle in at, I'll know whether I'm the Mike or Will, and then I know what my job is on the play. So you go ahead and do your, but we're not going to let you know what that's going to be, though. And that's where, again, I think when you start doing that stuff, it starts to definitely mess a little bit with the offense, because now they're going pre-snap. Hey, we're not getting that advantage tell we thought we were going to get prior to the snap. Instead, we're still now just kind of hoping the guy's going to go to the place where we hope that he was going to go, but I don't know if he's going to go. In fact, is that the guy in this play that's really the guy at the position with, are we sure? A little bit of that going on. Confusion, utter and complete confusion. So I'm very stoked by what we're going to see from this offense. You lean in on top of everything else, on top of all these other good things, as a little bit of a just final item to this a bit. You're going to lean in and force the weaknesses of the opposition across from you. Here is the Belichickian factor, in my opinion, being brought into play here with Macdonald. On top of all these other influences and on top of all this other stuff, from what he's brought to the table with this, comes the forcing of the weakness of the opponent. And this may seem, again, like the point above on why don't all teams do the Mike to Will stuff? Well, they don't have the guys that can do it. And, one is not the same as the other. I know that some at the forefront of this go, well, but Brandon, isn't it a 3-4 defense? Because you got the 3-4, and so these guys are really just two inside linebackers. And so, they're really at that point. And I would say in a true 3-4 defense, that would be the case. I would say to you, yeah, you've got a little bit of a point with that. The problem is that you don't run anything 3-4. It's the new part of the NFL now. You are living in nickel. You're living on 4-man fronts sitting in front of you. So there is the inside linebackers that once before in a 3-4 defense run pure would act like similar players, would have similar requirements of skill set, would look each like inside linebackers you typically would see within a 3-4 defense of the old. You're not in those looks no more. So now that guy is a pure Will to the other guys, to the middle linebacker side, and he's a pure middle linebacker, and there's 4-man fronts in front of him, right? 2 down linemen with their hand on the ground, or 3 down linemen with their hand on the ground, 1 guy standing up, or 2 guys standing up, 2 guys with their hands on the ground. One of those 2 in the ways that it's run. So teams have these guys that now have 2 different skill sets. And leaning into the weakness is something you think you do, but let's again remember, as I go back to this image, the Legion of Boom dominated. And I'm not taking any away from the Legion of Boom or that scheme or the fact that it worked in the time it worked, and it was at the precise time and the perfect time to come in the league to work when it did. And it had the players, like I said, that took a level of responsibility in how they not only took ownership of the scheme and their jobs within it, but then also I think where they developed those little on-the-fly adjustments that they could bring into play that then made it gave it a layer of complication that was not there sort of within just the pure playbook. And then when you lost that sort of layer that the players provided there with those extra adjustments and whatnot, then it just became, at the end of the day, this. It just became guys dropping to a spot sort of robotically and where they were told to kind of go. And that's where I think the scheme starts to become exploited. But my point, back to the weakness angle of it, is that you're not doing this at this point into this kind of coverage look or going to cover 2 or going to cover 6. You're spinning between those different coverage types over the course of the game. You're not doing it to attack and a weakness, are you? At the forefront of that, does that go, well, we're going after what that opponent doesn't do well? Or at the forefront, if you're leaning between kind of those 3 different coverages, is it more like, well, that's the coverages we got to run for the personnel that we got in the house? To me, it's one that feels more like that's the coverages we got to feel like we got to run with the personnel that we have in the house. And it adds that whole, again, factor of predictability. The offenses on the other side know you're going to be in that. You're not going to lean into what they do bad, number 1, but also they know where guys are going to be open, number 2. And God forbid what happens when you get a cover 3 scheme like this and you have teams that run spread-based concepts that aren't looking to hit you in the deep side of the field. Because outside cover 3, free safety cover 3, this is meant to take away the big shots over the top, right? That's the whole purpose. You're not running 15 yards off of the line of scrimmage in order to take away a drag route, are you? Or a slant route. You're doing that to make sure that you got the depth handled. What happens when you face the team that's strength is to not attack depth, but to attack short. So what do you want your defense to do then? To go at and be able to combat this by not simply running to a place that an offense is never going to attack, but to take away, hopefully, their strengths, to force them into their weaknesses. And that then requires a scheme that can be fluid and change and adapt, not just by year, but by week, opponent by opponent. And something that Mike Macdonald showed throughout the course of the season with his Ravens defense, in my opinion, and that he's shown with the Ravens, period, is an ability to consistently, constantly adapt and continue to adjust through time. We've got the Kansas City Chiefs game, of course, that finishes off the season. The Chiefs are a team that comes into that with a very specific style of game plan that was a little bit different than what they normally did. They got up the field the first time with 2 throws to Kelsey, where it's just, that's goat on goat action right there. Look away. Okay. That's just, Mahomes to Kelsey making a play on 2 throws down the field on that, where it's like, okay, sometimes as a defense, you throw your hands up and you go like, sometimes goats are going to goat. Sometimes goats go bah. But the rest of it around all of that was just dinking and dunking, throwing to flat routes, hitting bubble screens, not trying to do anything to push anything up the field, just really get the ball out of Mahomes' hand as quick as possible and take the 3 yards, 4 yards in a cloud of dust, even if it was on a passing play. But then we saw the adjustment from it. It wasn't like the Chiefs were just completely, pulling the feathers out of the Ravens through the whole first half with that, like, oh, they're decimating this defense. Like, it was a problem that they needed to solve. Get to the second half, shut it down completely. Adjustment. Not doing the same thing. Not just going, okay, we're just going to hold and sit here and just let them dink. No, we'll step up and do that. Even the Seahawks game, which we're going to cover here in a couple weeks, or within a few weeks here as I get the cut-ups put together to kind of show you guys what he did against us, was not him coming in saying, we're going to, every game prior to this last 4 weeks, we've been living in just stack fronts. He's going to play to the defense and what they have. Here's week 2 on the right to my one side here against the Browns. This is, of course, Nick Chubb, who is before the injury, dangerous. Don't want to deal with Nick Chubb. Chubb's tough. Come back to week 5. Bam, you're back in a typical cover 2 shell look, 4-man front. You got your inside, you got your weak linebacker. Changed by the opponent. What did he do to Seattle? He saw in film that Seattle struggled with stacked fronts. He saw that teams didn't necessarily stay to a real huge commitment level with us. They would show it to us, but they would fall out of it and stay to more traditional things. And he said, we're going to run this all day long. We're going to live in the stacked boxes on this team. And it gave us hell. And you saw every then opponent after that who played us, whether they were a stack front type team or not, that would do that or not, was they were going to start to utilize that and lean into it. Because he saw that as our weakness. He saw protections were a weakness. Pass protection was our weakness. And he was going to take it apart. And this is also what makes a great defense. And I call Belichick in because this is what Belichick did for years. He could slide between 3-4, 4-3. He could come blitz heavy, or he could drop all guys back in coverage. He could take a Rams team on in the Super Bowl and dream up this sort of 5-2 front, where he's got extra guys all along that line of scrimmage. But post-snap, he's always going to drop him back out to a 4-man front or even a 3-man front at times. The Rams could never figure out who. And he was able to create that confusion within the Rams offense, which, of course, we all knew at the time with Goff was instrumental because of that whole, of course, meme thing where McVay is talking to Goff in his ear right up into the last second where they cut off the microphone communications. But if Goff, once that microphone communications is cut off and you get him to have to think, you're in trouble. And this is the part Macdonald has sort of picked up from Belichick to me when you look at him and how he attacks each opponent that way. I'm going to get the Pittsburgh Steelers. Should I sit back and cover 2? Should I sit back and cover 3? Coverage A, should I hang back in deep coverage there? Or should I maybe take away the run? Playing the Browns, should I maybe take away the run? Playing the Texans, they're going to throw the ball over the football field. Okay, well, yeah. It's adjust to the opponent what they're going to do. Force them into the weakness. Take away their strength. Something Belichick did for years, right? Is he say, okay, your best guy's not going to beat us today. Can your second? Can your third? Let's see. Show us. And this to me is just, many of you definitely were out there, I'm sure, going, well, this is all sort of no dust stuff. You just think that it's no dust stuff. You're right about that. But I'm telling you now, teams don't do it by and large. It's not something that's just a majority, everyone's just doing this. Some teams are kind of doing it. Some teams don't do it very much. There's a lot of that ego, like, my scheme is so good, it can just be what it is, and that'll be enough. There's a lot of that going out and around in the NFL. We might like to think that it's like, oh no, everybody's out there, looking for every advantage they can get. No, there's advantages always left all over the place to be picked up if you just, are willing to utilize them. And it looks like this new coordinator is willing to utilize them. This is where he has come from. The heavy blitz, the casino blitz, the finding now maybe that perfect balance state between going all that way or finding just the right spot to where it's the perfect right amount, where we're just not going to not stop blitzing to where they know we're not going to blitz, but also we got to bring enough for the blitz, but also, not over blitzing to where then we're protected, changing what quarterbacks are constantly seeing, making them process constantly prior and post snap at all times, making you think, never sure of what you were seeing. And what you were seeing is never what you were going to get. This new coach is going to be very good for the Seattle Seahawks team. And the more that I look into what he's doing and watch the film off the Ravens last year, the more that I'm just enthused by him doing a lot of different things that would be down a line of things that I've just talked about now that for me are checking off things that I've really wanted to see for years within this defensive structure and how we approach on that side. The defense, in my opinion, when it comes to the NFL, has in a lot of parts fallen behind offense. It's one that has leaned into the archetype that these defensive guys aren't very smart and, they can't think very much. So you just got to keep things really easy for them. And it's one that I've long railed against, saying I think those days are done. I think the defenders are smart enough now. And if the offensive guys are able to run into the complexities they're running it with, I see no reason why the same cannot be done for the defense. It just needs that right coach who can see, hey, these guys can get it done. I need to come in and draw up with the same kind of imagination and brilliance that we're seeing on that offensive side of the ball, instead of it being leaning on these structured coverages that have been here since the Stone Age and everybody knows which way and up and down. Let me try to try and be open to driving for some new. It doesn't mean throwing all of the old out, but it means that just leaning on the old, always blowing the dust off the top before we apply it on a weekly basis, is also not going to work. It can maybe even still work, but at least there's just room for a place to be taken advantage of it by the coach who's willing to say, I'm not just going to lean on all that old. There's innovation is sitting here across the board, ready to be had, and nobody's doing it. And it does feel like 10 years we've had defenses like Harrison Ford in Star Wars 2, just trapped in the whatever that stuff was that got them stuck, where they, I love you, I know, and then shh, and then Jabba took him to his hut, his facility back on the planet. It's like that. Defenses have kind of been like that at times the last 10 years. Huge room for them to take a big step towards the offense. And let's face it, last year, for the first time in a long time, scoring started to go big down. Defense started to come back a little bit more forward, get a little bit more in the tug of war, get a little bit more of the rope back to their side of things here. Maybe that trend continues here. Not with, of course, the NFL outlawing tackling, but, well, we can at least dream. I thank you guys for watching today. Please do hit that like button for me. I really appreciate it as well. Thank you to everybody who did watch that video dropped here today. We had some great viewership on that one. I really do appreciate it. Bounce over here to you guys in the chat. I'm way behind on a couple donations, though, so let me get this in. Chad Hart, sorry on this one. I do my opening talk. Sometimes, folks, I get a little bit long-winded. This is the way it goes. Chad Hart, thank you for the $10 donation. He says, are there any franchise quarterbacks in the 2025 draft, or are there better defensive players? I definitely have a little bit of an outlook on this, Chad, that's a bit different than many other people when it comes to looking at future drafts a year out. Now, I don't want to poo-poo people that predict the drafts out a year, because the fact that NFL circles do this. Certainly John Schneider informs himself, at least partly, on what he's going to do year by what is due to happen a year out ahead of time. in the outlook of the approach of his scouts and what they're telling him about what they're hearing and seeing about the next year class. So in general terms, I think, Chad, in general terms, you can certainly look at those future classes and say, yeah, it's this or it's that. It's not as strong in quarterback as this. It's defensive heavy this year versus offensive heavy like we saw this year's class. So that's certainly, I think, in part what you can do a little bit, I would say, Chad. But I don't think that it should, for some, Chad, it carries over. We're like, oh, there'll be no good quarterbacks in next year's draft. And my thing with that is that it's a little too early to tell. Every year when we look at the quarterbacks and we're told it's not going to be, I'm sure I could go back to last year and find some streams where people would be telling me in my stream on the comments, well, next year's quarterback class is actually outside of Caleb Williams. It's not going to be very good. There's not much in it. There's people, there would have been a lot of that. So it's something I do hear kind of every year too in general terms of things. Shedeur Sanders is really talented. Let's take away all the off the field stuff. His dad, the whole, this is going to be like a carnival ride bringing this kid in. Do I want that? Let's throw all that out for a sec. On pure talent, certainly is going to have enough to be a first round talent. Quinn Ewers is the guy that the Seattle Seahawks is the guy that, of course, John Schneider has reportedly had a real fondness for a long period of time. He could have come out in this draft, probably a second round pick in this year's draft if he had come out. He will be a first round pick in next year's draft, probably. After that, it is a little bit of a crapshoot on who's going to vault up and who isn't. There are some good names. There are some talented players. Cam Ward, Riley Leonard, some of these guys that have, been and played. One thing they're going to have that's going to be really nice for a lot of teams, and a part that I was trying to tell people to factor into in the Michael Penix and Bo Nix evaluation, is that these guys are not just, really talented and they can play, but they've had a ton of starting experience. And that's something that's going to appeal to NFL teams. So is there a couple of those guys that could vault up into the first round next year off the back of a really good year, Chad? Yeah, there is. Are there any pure franchise quarterbacks? I think it's a little more dodgier if we're going to that realm, Chad. If you're talking about like Drake May types, or even there being a Jaden Daniels type that really, I don't know on that. I definitely think there's reason to believe that it's going to be a little bit leaner, especially in comparison to this year, which was one of the most epic ones we've ever seen. 6 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks. It's never happened in NFL history. So, next year's just, it's like the sequel coming off it's like, even if it's really good, it's still going to feel like a little bit of a letdown compared to this year, I would say, Chad. In regards to the defensive players so far, in next year's draft, you got your corner out there at Colorado, who's certainly, I think, going to be a top 5 pick, and I think he's one of the better, more talented corners we've seen in a little while. Quite frankly, he's really good. Justin, I think Hunter is his name, and there's a couple of other defenders out there that are kind of interesting. So that have kind of emerged as seem to be on the surface pretty clear. Okay, this will be a blue chip prospect type guy. But I think it's early on everything across the board to say if it's going to be more defensive heavy driven or offensive heavy driven. Not quite sure on that as it stands right now. But I also haven't, Chad, I've looked at a lot of players from this next year's draft. I probably am about 40, 45 deep, but I haven't gotten in to really see that whole weighted point yet where things are at, where it's like, oh, it's worth this or it's worth that, or it's heavier to this or heavier to that. Thank you for the $10 donation, though, and sorry a little bit late on acknowledging the dono. That's my bad. But I will keep trying. I will let you know as I'm starting to look track. About next week, I'll start to do my let's jump into the tape and start to kind of put the early kind of board work together for next year. I got to get ahead of it as early as possible, Chad. You know what I mean? But that's the thing. One last point I want to say on this is that, and this is for the folks out there with the DK stuff that I hear on every stream. I'm sure I'm going to hear it again today at some point, for the trading of DK. We'll get DK and we'll offload assets, and then we can go get our franchise quarterback. We get a franchise quarterback if we move DK. And I've railed on this, and I'm not going to open up this sardine can today and dive up into it too much. So this is just something I want to say in regards to this. Your DK Metcalf trade is going to get you Quinn Ewers. So when you say DK Metcalf now, do me a favor. Say Quinn Ewers. and then take a long time to think that one through for just a second. Let it sit in your hip pocket, Let that candy bar maybe get a little bit of melt in your pocket. Huh? DK Metcalf Trey. Quinn Ewers. 1-2. 1-2. I'm just saying on that, for those that are out there on that. Think of it like that. Don't think of it like multiple first round picks and we're going to get this and we're going to get that and team building and you can get a receiver every draft. Quinn Ewers. DK Metcalf. That's how you need to think about that one. God's Gang, thank you for the $5 donation. Thank you for your patience as well in acknowledgement on the dono. Says, what's with the DK trade talk? Wow, that was perfect timing. What's the DK trade talk? Is it just the nature of the offseason, people fishing for stories, or do you think it's a real thing? There's rumors all over the place. There's rumors. The Steelers were told that the Seahawks were the Steelers had called about trading for DK, and that they said they're not doing it until, that they wouldn't do it until after June. So I don't know if, how much there's put into that. The rumors have been all over the place. The Seahawks tend to be a very well-guarded team as far as their secrets or when they're going to do stuff. When Russell Wilson was going to be traded, there was no real rumors of Russell Wilson being traded. When Frank Clark was traded back in the day, there was no real rumors of Frank Clark about to be traded. They're not a team that moves a lot of the guys in-house in that way. So the fact that there's been so many of these rumors just all the way through going back to even weeks before, of course, the draft really makes me feel like God's Gang, it's not a real thing. But this is a lot of smoke. And the one thing I've been kind of hoping, especially with all of John Schneider's appearances on 710, is that he would come out and say, DK's here. He's our guy. These rumors are silly. And he could still end up lying to us and trade him 2 weeks later, like Carroll did to us in the combine with Wilson when Wilson was traded. But it would at least start to, I think, dispel some of this and slow maybe a little bit of it down. Maybe they just don't care. And it is just all clickbait. I think DK is a player that I'm often frustrated by how some in my fan base of my fellow brothers and sisters look at DK and are looking for the ways to move off of him and resource collect. And you at the very same time have an endless strewn of fans across this nation who, and teams it would seem, who want this player, who really would want this player on their team and like him a lot. And there's something in that. There's something in the fact I go live every year, and it's from Jets fans to Bear fans to Falcon fans and everything in between, talking to me about I'm the GM here to, what would you take for DK? I mean, it's not, it's not going to, there's no, you wouldn't, but if, how much for DK? And this is an indication the player's a really good player. Best start the receiving position of anybody in Seahawks history, including the GOAT, that guy over my shoulder right here. That's my guy, Largent. I'm telling you right now, the DK thing, I don't get it. Doesn't make no sense. It drives me crazy. And I'm going to be an angry elf if DK gets moved in a trade. I will. I will think that, I guess the only thing I think is that there's something in the background of this that's beyond what he's doing on the field. Because you're not getting back the value in return for him, and it just doesn't add up to making any sense at all whatsoever. So anything's possible when you have a new regime taking over. Everybody's kind of in the sideline of being potentially out, but I do feel like DK is probably this team's best player. And he's just not quite given the just due that he probably is, deserved to being given. But we'll just have to ride out here, God's Gang, and I hopefully get past June 1st, I guess. be a long 25 days if that rumor was true. But I'm hoping it's wrong. I've seen nothing that gives it any real tangibility, God's gang, as far as, well, this shows it's real true, and so we should believe it. Nothing I've heard from no real connected sources or anybody that's, claiming this or claiming that. It's just a little, a lot of these Twitter accounts that are just trying to drive up their clicks. The 12th Man Plays. Thank you for the $10 donation, 12th Man Plays. I really do appreciate that. You guys are very kind. So excited to see a new look Seahawks. I am as well. As I said, I felt very confident talking about the prior defense and regime and, offensively what we were doing, and knew it up and down, backwards and forwards. What I'd seen on film in 23 is what I'd seen on film in 2020. So in 17 in many ways. And so getting a chance now to really have something that's so new and different. And this is the opposite end of the scale. This is as different as you can get from one to the other. And it's going to be fun to just kind of look at it and watch it and develop. I as I said with this too, it's one of those places where I'm going to be definitely, you're going to hear me probably now and 30,000 times between now and the start of the season, really preach for patience within the fan base, because this is a lot of stuff to institute. This is a lot of stuff to get right and perfect. And Rome wasn't built in a day. So we got to give it the time. We're wanting this to be great. We'd love to see it awesome and dominating and devastating right from the jump. That's not likely to happen. And so I'm going to be in more of a mode this year of just, enjoying the ride, getting to watch a different style and brand of football on the football field, and hopefully seeing a team and a scheme coming together, and where the talent marries the real smart coaching staff in just the perfect of ways in order to create a true championship contender. 12th Man Plays. That's very kind of you, though, with the $10 donation. And I am as stoked as you are, man. I think a lot of the fan base is really, really energized by what they're seeing and what this team is trying to do. We can all kind of see how the plan's coming together and what the intention is behind it. And I think this is a pathway, where you're doing as much as you can kind of control to create that future success from an organizational standpoint. I appreciate you, though. Very kind of you. God's Gang with another $5 donation. Thank you for that, God's Gang. He says, I see us being very run heavy with the moves we made. Seems they're looking to pull across the O-line to open up holes and screenplays, fly sweeps. Yes, I would imagine that early on it makes a lot of sense to go run heavy, God's Gang. First off, you've got the complication aspect that you're adding, and it's on both sides of the ball. You're going from what you were offensively to now this spread-based system, and all that's going to need to be. And that's going to require, the kind of slow onboarding. I think Macdonald talked about it in his press conference here at the rookie minicamp, where it's, you're just slowly kind of adding in the portions, right? Because it's so much to bring upon. And I think one thing that can help you kind of slow that process down a little bit is allow yourself to create situations in games where you are running a healthy amount, and you are, able to control the clock and, keep things kind of simplified at points in times where you're just kind of getting after teams. I think you also have two really dynamic running backs in this backfield, guys that haven't in the last 2 years necessarily been given a lot of consistent holes or a very creative scheme to allow them to really show off the full embodiment of their talents. And I think that that's something, if I'm Grubb walking in the door, that I see of all things I can quickly and easily take advantage of, that it would be that for me. God's Gang, where you go, as you say, fly sweep, screen plays, where I go, okay, this team ran 5 fly sweeps last year, so no team thinks that we run that. We're running that. Yeah. I'll throw Lavishka out there and have him run 4 times a game until teams spread out of the A gap. And then I get back to attacking the A gap again. Oh, Kenneth Walker averages 5.3 yards outside the tackles on runs instead of 3.8 yards per carry inside between the tackles. Oh, I think maybe I'll run outside, right? This is not going to be the most Grubb is burning the midnight oil like Gandalf in the tower, Smoke's like, the ring It's like one of the 4 straightforward things the analytic guys hand him, and they're like, they've got it circled for him, and they're like, here you go, Coach Grubb. Just pay attention if you could to the, just look up there at the top chart there. If you would just take a look, 5.3. Yeah. How often do they run those runs on the 5.3? Like 35%. So that means that on the runs that he averaged 3.8 yards, they ran those 65% of the time on his carries. Yeah, Coach. Okay, thank you. Bam, done. Not hard. I'm an idiot on this stuff. I'm recognizing this stuff when I can find it. It's like, you better believe the professional will see it. And he's not going to make the same overlooking, I think, of the old in this. So, yeah, I could see a lot of running coming in because they'll be running success within a God's gang because the talent is there with the backfield that you got to supply to it, with the new creativity that you can put within it that wasn't there as much, and the screen game built within that as well. These are all things that are going to kind of help that out a little bit and be less than about you having to try to take your, big plays, get them up the field, throw the ball at a high volume amount. I absolutely could see it. So great point, God's game. And thank you for the double dip on the dome. No, Snail says, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, no B, Cam Ward is the next GOAT quarterback. Duh. He just might be. I liked Snail that I like you about a Coug is that once a Coug, always the Coug. So even though Cam hit the transfer portal and he's like, look, your Wazoo millions don't hit like the Miami millions, and the Eastern Washington mountains aren't exactly like, them Florida beaches. You didn't hold that against him. I dig that about you, Snail. But Cam Ward's a guy that I like. No, not just trying to kind of make not just for the Wazoo thing. I really do like him. I've liked him here going back on his tape. And he is a guy that I'll be watching a lot too, Snail, because he can sling it. He can make every throw in the book. He's got some good mobility to him. Maybe missing just a smidge of size to him, but a guy I'll be monitoring quite a lot. And hopefully Mario Cristobal doesn't do bad things to him down there in Miami like some of these other quarterbacks that have gone through there under Cristobal's watch. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation as well. Says, Brando, has anyone dubbed Mike the Mac Daddy? Mac Daddy make you jump. Mike Macdonald make you jump. No, I don't think anybody has. You were the first man to say Mike the Mac Daddy Macdonald in the hizzy. So I don't think anybody's brought that one up yet. That one might have to stick though. Thank you, Taker. Chad Hart with another $2 donation. Thank you for that, Chad. Says, this is just what the doctor ordered. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Chad. I appreciate that, man. Having a great time with this. We're going to have some fun looking at this defense. I'm going to start to really pull it apart with you guys here on the stream and try to understand it a little bit by bit, more and more. So when we come into the season, we're going to know what we're looking at. We're going to understand what we're kind of seeing from this team, why they're doing what they're doing on particular plays and given certain offensive sets. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. But I appreciate you, Chad. Taker, Snail, God's Gang, 12th Man. God's Gang, Chad, twice over. You guys are very kind. Appreciate you guys all for that support right out the gate here. Just getting started. So let's go. Let's go. Brian Myers in the house. How you doing, playlist? Trav. Hello, Mr. Dog. How you doing? It's good to see you, Ricardo. Also in the house, Daniel Berry Sports Highlight. Space. What's up, Jacob? Go Hawks. Love to see my peeps in the house. Everyone's having a great Sunday. Chase Stern, hope you're doing well. Steve Guckian says the edge rusher and man coverage corners are very important in the 46 defense. Indeed, they are. To your point on the edge rushers, it's kind of a double factor where it's not only do we need you to get to the quarterback and be really good as a pass rusher, we need you to be a powerhouse out there on the edge as well at times. We need you to set those hard edges. Don't get moved back. Hold your ground there. Be able to disengage off blocks when they go outside your outside shoulder if they dare to do it. Spill it back inside. You've got to have kind of both of those attributes in what you bring as an edge to this defense. And so you're right, Steven. It is a very, very, very important part in what you're going to. And it's part of why I also think that if you're looking for kind of the next player they may be looking to kind of bring into the mix is a bit of that bigger edge here at some point or another. I don't know how. I don't know when, but at some point. And man coverage corners, 46 defense, have been traditionally, historically, very important. That's the one nice part about Macdonald's. They'll run a little bit more zone. It'll lean a little bit less away from having to have those great corners. But at the same time, they drafted 2 corners for a reason and 2 good man cover corners in this draft for a reason. And I think that draw always back to the base Steven DNA that exists within this defense, that base 46 Bear DNA. Always a pull back to that, to having those guys that can run those base setups, because those base setups are still effective. You just need the mix. William Asupako, go Hawks. Rig, triangle one side, box on one side. Let's go. I love it. Excuse me. I'm almost 99% over this gold. Megan says, got you on the background B, first day of the new job, and rewriting induction documents with the volunteers at the Hawks Nest. Hell yeah, let's go, Megan. Let's go. Cam says he thinks Cam Chase, his Zach, is going to be RB1 season to start. Hey, both really good backs. Both are going to get their share of touches. If it happens, it wouldn't completely shock me. I think Walker's going to be pretty fun too, though. Going to get a bit of a double dip. Cameron says, what's up, B? Think of the players being different calibers, like bullets. I like it. No, that's a good way of thinking about it. You know, give me the 50 mil. Give me the, let's go. Tyler says, do you think Jaron Reed's going to be a 3-4 defensive end for us this season instead of a nose tackle like he was last season? No, I think Tyler, they liked him going back to the nose tackle last season. I think if you asked Sean Schneider about why they think maybe he wasn't able to kind of hold, they go, we asked him to run too many snaps at his age. You know, he was really good in the role early in the year, and then we just did everybody behind him. You know, Cam Young took a little bit longer to develop. And so we had to roll with Jaron too much in that role, but he's still very good within it. So it's really, to me, Jaron is at his best more as a nose tackle. He's always been a good supplemental 3 tech, but I think he got kind of pushed into that role a bit more than his natural build and skill set really have him be. They're really rarely going to be in 3-4 looks, Tyler. You know, teams are going to be now in nickel, and especially Mike Macdonald in his defense is going to be in nickel probably 4% of the time. You know, you're going to have real rare moments that you run it. When they do run 3-4, I would estimate that Jaron is still then going to be your nose. I still think at that point, he's your starter. He's still better than Cam Young. Haskins is kind of starting to wind down and is more of kind of a rotational piece in there. You know, kind of serves the Mario Edwards role this year, so to speak. I know Mario's kind of more 3-tech, I guess, but just kind of in more snap count. What I mean by that than the position they play. So I don't think so. Had the team Tyler making some other moves with the nose tackle position, I might thought that was a possibility, but no. Brian says, B, very much hoping in the not too distant future we get a similar breakdown on the Grubs offense. It's a great idea, Brian. Absolutely. Absolutely, I'll do that. A time for tough questions. What's your cat's name? My cat's name is Pumpkin. And she's a real good girl. Yeah, you are. Aren't you? Tell me what a good girl you are. See? She's a good girl. She actually communicates in human too. She didn't get enough playtime today, though, so I'm getting a little bit of attitude. That's okay. Metal Dragon says you're looking much improved since a few days ago. Glad you're feeling better. Thank you, Metal Dragon. You guys helped me get it through on draft day. I don't know how I got through the draft day with as sick as I was in retrospect. Those were some brutal nights trying to just get some sleep on to the next day, but you guys got me through it. Y'all did. Thank you for that. That was rough, but yeah, finally turned the corner. This one took me weeks. Still got a little bit of a cough, but at least it's like you feel good and able to kind of like walk around and stretch the legs and not in that brain fog you sometimes get when you're sick. Ugh, it was rough. It was rough. Hope none of you guys are getting that one. That was kind of a nasty one. Don says, whatever happens with the offense, I'm certain the defense is going to be eons better. Agreed, Don. This is a defense that has a lot of room for improvement in so many different areas. I'm talking about having a defense that's going to be the most unpredictable of what it shows you pre to post snap and what you see maybe throughout the whole league, at the very least a top 5 in that manner of things, if not more so. And that's going from a defense that was, of course, not knocking it. It's not meant to be a knock session on the prior here. It's just, this is the transition being made. And that is that you were the most predictable defense in what you showed in your coverages prior to the snap versus what you did post snap under that old regime. And so you're really flipping that on its head. The tackling, the lack of willingness to blitz, just going to the middle of the road with a guy like Macdonald on the blitz rate is a huge, gigantic step forward from where you've been in recent years, and many years at that, as one of the least blitzing teams in the entire NFL. It's not the press for the opposite. It's not the press to say we've been going a million miles in this direction, so now we need to go a million miles an hour in that direction. It's to say we're doing something too much of this manner that's just too highly predictable, and it's making it easy for you to exploit us. We need to take out that predictability so that we're not as easy to be exploited. And I think that's going to be a big part of the optimism at the centerpiece for me of what I see coming forward very soon for this team and what they're going to do. See, Lord of Bravos says, I could not quite believe the lower half girth of Murphy. And despite coach saying his fitness could improve, there's almost no flab at 300 pounds. Yeah, he's very yoked up, rocked up, put together. Part of the reason I'm going to see Lord, and I keep teasing this, but you guys are going to like my comp when I put it's going to be, I think the next video on the channel will be the Byron Murphy video. But you guys are going to like my comp on it. And part of it is that sort of just, very thick, just kind of all muscle, lower build, kind of size to him a little bit and how he's kind of structured. But like Coach said too, it's not even that he's out of shape or anything. It's just that you can't get into that game shape unless you're on the field really training, and there's no way to replicate it. Or why those holdouts are always brutal, or guys are off the field due to injury. You need that time to be able to really put your body together. It really is a vital thing in this modern age because the off-season programs are so truncated and there's so little time that coaches actually and trainers actually get with the players that once you get the time you do get with them, you're sort of catching up a little bit, I feel like. Nate says, are the Seahawks going to still want to make a move on Jamal or no? I hope not. I'm with you, Nate. I think that there's really not much to be gained at this point by doing that. But the thing that stands out about this team right now when it comes to linebackers, for instance, is you don't really have a solidified linebacker on the roster unless we're going to count the Drake Thomas kid, as sort of your fifth inside linebacker on the roster. Does the team go, well, we could run with Drake Thomas or we could bring just Jamal back in and have him run sub-package stuff? Maybe they think of it in that way. Maybe they're turning that over in their mind as a possibility. But it doesn't make a lot of sense to me either. I've struggled to understand why. What's the point? Misfit says, I wonder how McVay and Shanahan are scheming to counter Macdonald's bag of tricks. Yeah, it'd be kind of fun to watch the chess match go back and forth at that, for sure. It does seem like to me, some people are saying with McVay that he's sort of showing his hand a little bit in the season and his attention, that there may be a little bit more leaning into trying to really run the ball. We may be coming to find that both the NFC West is the toughest division in football, And then it's also the most smash mouth, just looking to come downhill at you kind of division as well, where it ain't about passing at all. It's just everybody's just running and running. The Cardinals have 2 running backs. McVay's got a couple running backs, and he stacked up his offensive line. We know Shanahan's going to want to run the ball. We're going to have maybe the most run-heavy division in all of football next year, even beating out that old AFC North that loves to always claim that title. You got your Steelers, they're going to run. You got your Ravens, they're going to run. The Browns, Nick Chubb, forget about it. He's going to run. Bengals don't run, but what are you going to do? Nate says, Hawks have any money to sign players? If so, how much money do they have? Are they broke yet? They may have to do a restructure or two to get the rookie deals done, but I think they got just enough money to get the rookie contracts done. If they want to do anything extra beyond that, I think they're going to have to create some space. There's not much. There's not much after that, Nate. Lord says, I'm convinced my sister's cat gave me pink eye once. Well, they could, they get a little poo in the paws. Stick that poo paw in your eye. Then you've got cat poo paw eye, and that's also then becomes pink eye. Felipe, no money, but they can create space. Restructuring, extending, rescinding tender, cutting players. Amen, Felipe. The thing that with this is it's about, to Felipe's point, cap flexibility more than it's about how much space you purely have right now. They could create $6, $9, $10 million if they wanted to with just a couple of quick moves. Obviously, they would slice some players away to do that, but it's some players, some of you wouldn't mind. You know who I'm talking about. I ain't got to say nothing, buddy. His left eye looks like he had a stroke. It's not a tumor. It's not a tumor. Look, it's really dry right now, Shouldn't joke about my stroke. I'm just saying I talk again. Am I okay? You got me freaking out here. I'll be reading one of these one times like, there's an aneurysm vein pushing up on your forehead. No. Nate says Ravens defense was 4-3 or 3-4 hybrid. It's more hybrid, Nate, because of the fact that the 3-4 lived upon base defense. That's what it is. It's a base defense at the end of the day, right? It's 4 linebackers, three down linemen instead of the 4-3 defense with the 4 down linemen and 3 linebackers. But when we ran our 4-3 defense, for instance, Nate, in recent years, how often did we actually, outside of 2019 where we went gonzo, how often are we in 4-3 with 3 linebackers? Not very often, right? Because offenses just don't, number one, offenses don't tend to run very much base stuff anyway. I formation is gone, done. I think like only the Niners run that. And then even in 2 tight end sets, many teams, even like Macdonald, will still counter that with a nickel rather than go back to base, because they know that you're going to drive us into base so that you can take one of your hyper athletic tight ends and groove my hard-hitting linebacker in coverage, because he's not going to be long enough or fast enough to stay with that guy. So instead, I'll keep an extra defensive back on the field, and you can't do that. So it's more of just the nature of the fact Nate, defenses are living in that nickel. Mr. Dox is like an MMA guy going up against a karate guy. Exactly, man. Exactly. God's Gang, thank you for another $2 donation. I really, really do appreciate that. And he says, the more I look into the AJ Barner pick, the more I like the pick. I'm definitely going to be in a person really trying to sell Seahawks fans on this one. There's some spots this draft that I can, not even a lot of spots. Like, okay, well, Tyrese Knight pick still remains, I think, one for a lot of people that they kind of go, I don't, okay, well, it's, Mike saw something. But the AJ Barner pick is one to be legitimately excited about, and I do see it as one of being a pick, God's Gang, that people are talking about a lot in the part of saying, this is this was the bad pick, this was the wrong pick, this we could have done so much better than this guy on this, and I come back to and just say again, it's like, I like the guy a lot coming into the draft. And so this would not have been a pick that I was going to, look down upon as you get the floor in the fourth round, which we start getting the fourth round. Let's remember with this too. We're past day one, past day two, day three. It's always usually a crapshoot. And it's very rare you're finding some guy that is really, even if it's your personal outlook on it, a guy that's really got the full skill set to do everything. Everybody's going to, and it gets harder to even find, I think, floor things in guys. In Barner, you have a floor of a guy that should be a top 10 blocking, at least run blocking tight end in this league. That is his skill set walking in the door. And then it becomes a question of what else can he give you as far as a pass catcher, a route runner. And as he showed with some of the yak stuff that people have seen going back to his time there at Ohio, he's got that. And then you kind of put it together a bit, God's gang, with the fact that Michigan offense. You got to keep coming back to that Michigan offense. It's not a typical carbon offense, a college offense. I got ready to note there. It's not your typical college offense because it's one that is going to be so run heavy, so many kind of pro concepts in with what it's been asking, those guys to do. And so it's not a flashy way of kind of showing you off. In fact, it's the opposite. But he brings those skill sets. He brings upside with that floor. Two things hard to find in the fourth round. And I think that Barner is a guy that is not, somebody was mentioning in my chat, well, okay, so he's Nick Vannett. Like, no, he's not Nick Vannett. Like, he's miles ahead of Nick Vannett as a blocker. This is Will Dissly walking in the door. This is Will Dissly with his catching ability and yak when he walked in the door. And I know it was a sample size. I know it was just two sets of like 3-4 games to start a season out through the first 2 years of his career, and having both of those years ended to major catastrophic leg injuries. But the guy would have been a guy that had upside, would have been in the realm of a George Kittle, did Will Dissly when he walked in the door here. And I think that those two lower leg injuries robbed him of that upside. But when I make, to me, the comparison to Dissly, and I say it's not Dissly now in what you're getting, I think that's the floor of what he can be, but I think that you're getting actually with him an upside of what he was walking in when he first came in here. And that should get Seahawks very excited because you got that in the fourth round. So it's good to hear you're coming along with it as well. I think when he gets a chance to show off what he can do with his hands, what he can do with his yak, on top of being the blocker he is, it will more connect in fans' mind as to why they brought this guy in. And let's remember, this was in a draft with a lot of Michigan players where Mike Macdonald had seen these guys come through. Maybe he didn't see this. I think he wasn't maybe there when Barner was there. Let me take that back. But thank you, God's gang. I appreciate you for that. MJ Seahawk with a $20 donation. MJ Seahawk, that is very kind of you, my man. It's great to see you in the chat, and I really, really do appreciate you for that. He says, Pumpkin rocks. Glad to see you're feeling better. Who do you have for a surprising player of the year? I have Hall grabbing a starting role. Well, thank you for the $20 donation. Pumpkin is sleeping so very deeply now. She's super, super content. And I appreciate that. That's very kind of you to say. She's having a good move here. It's taking a little bit of time for her to settle in as well, but she's settling in now, which is good to see. And I'm feeling better as well, so I appreciate that. Who do I have for a surprising player of the year for the Seahawks? I'm guessing you're saying on that. So who's the guy that becomes somebody we're not thinking becomes that guy this season? And player of the year. Good question. Very good question. All right, I'm going to say this is a surprising player of the year, and it's not a prediction that this will happen, but, kind of what you're saying, MJ Seahawk, in the spirit of your question is, if this was to be a surprising guy to pop up that no one's really talking about as being that, player of the year for the Hawks that, nobody's really anticipating quite as much on their outlook with it. I'd give two guys that are mentioned. I'll give you the guy I think would be the guy I think is likely on this. And it's to the point of another poster who had mentioned below about Seahawks being a little bit more leaning into running the ball. I think this is the year that Kenneth Walker gets a chance to really show he can be a 1,500 yard back in this league. Not just a 1,000-yard back, but a 1,500-yard back. You know, a guy that's going to give you 5-6 runs where he pops off and houses it. I think that the defense is going to get a lot more 3-and-outs on the football field. It doesn't mean the defense is going to be dominant. It means there's going to be less of the defense actually living morning, noon, and night on the football field throughout the course of the games, which will free up the offense to have a little bit more ability to run the ball, I think, a little bit more fluidly. You're going to be better as a run blocking unit. A lot of things I think they're going to help Walker kind of go outside of his control. So I think he'd be a surprise guy. I think Geno is another guy who could be a surprise guy, who, again, very slept on by many people. Whatever you think about Geno is what you think about Geno at this point, I think, from any perspective, good and bad. I, of course, love the guy. I, of course, hope he goes out there and silences the doubter again this season and has his best year. And I think it's certainly a possibility with how they have set the stage here for him. And I know how hard it seems like he's working this offseason to get there. I love your pick of Hall. I was very surprised last year to see Hall not quite have a year that I was anticipating where he would show you some strong flashes like Boye did in his first year. I wasn't expecting dominance or anything like that. I mean, hell, KJ Wright even said that he thought Hall could have been a defensive rookie of the year last year with what he was seeing in camp from him. Don't know if he had the shoulder thing bearing down on him. Maybe just the light bulb didn't quite fully come on last year. But he's a guy that, was worthy of being picked in the second round by the Seattle Seahawks where he was taken. It wasn't a reach on their part. His tape was really good. He showed a real complete, competent skill set at Auburn all the way through. So hopefully he can take that step forward, because if he is that guy that becomes sort of your player, if he becomes the player of the year for you on defense, that means your defense is coming forward much further and faster, MJ Seahawk, than even I'm prescribing I think will be happening this year, because everything else will be on point with the other spots. That's the real spot on the edge, to have a guy come up and not maybe become dominant, but give you almost like the Boye Mafe-like year of last year you got from Mafe, along with Mafe continuing to come forward. That would help this defense out considerably. But thank you, MJ Seahawk. I really appreciate it. Pumpkin appreciates it as well. She's in deep sleep mode. I don't want to mess with her right now because she's having a really good dream. But I will give her a little bit of love for you. And thank you for that, man. I appreciate it. I love your pick. Hall's a great pick. I didn't have anybody else I could quite go into defense. I was thinking maybe Witherspoon, but people are kind of thinking that. Maybe Woolen comes back and gives us a year again, reminding us, why that rookie year was so good. That's possible too. But thank you. $20 donation. Very kind of you, my guy. Very kind of you. Chad Hart, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, man. You guys are unbelievable. He says there's a YouTuber called Mystic AZ. He's a young kid. He's probably in his 20s, but this dude knows his football. It'd be pretty cool to see behind enemy lines. I will, Mystic AZ. I may have reached out to him. I want to say I will reach out to him again though. I'm going to this year, Chad Hart. Part of what I want to do right now here in the next month or two is get the preparation for the season really on point. So there's going to be a real firm commitment this year to getting a behind enemy lines every single week. And I've got, of course, my Rams guy set up. We've got Jesse over there at Last Second Sports all clicked in. But I do need an Arizona guy. So that is a great suggestion on your part. I've got that written down. We've got the schedule release coming out this week, Chad. And the plan for me is, as soon as that schedule release locks in, is to start to lock in the guys on the behind enemy lines. So I have that all set up for the year. I really want to try to spend the next couple of months on just prepping stuff up to try to get everything right so we can get as much content and much different type of content out to you guys, during the season and whatnot. And I love doing those behind enemy lines. There's always a great perspective and view when you get a chance to talk to those folks. So thank you. I really appreciate the donation, but I really appreciate the suggestion on top of that, because that's a part I want to really get locked in this year, Chad. Every week, preseason games, just bam, get it all put in point. Because you guys really like it. I think they're real popular too when we run them. So fantastic suggestion there, Chad. I will reach out to him. Thank you. Kevin O'Connell says, like the video. Thank you, Kevin, for reminding me that. If you guys do like what you're listening to today, of course, please do just hit that like button. It helps the channel show up. It helps the algorithm click into place. It helps me get the subs. It helps all that good stuff. And all you got to do is just hit that little like, little sub, little sub. Nate says Sanders could be a good quarterback since he's learning under Brady. I like Sanders, Nate. He is a polarizing figure. And he's going to be one of those guys that it's a love or hate him situation, it would seem like, where the fans that are out are going to be really out. The fans that are in are going to be like, let's go. But the tape I watched off of him last year it's not just hype and flash. The kid can play the position. He's got good mechanics. He's got good arm strength, and he's got good accuracy, obviously, and a good mover for the position as well. So, very dynamic as an athlete back there. So there's not a lot he's really missing from his game that you can pick apart. And if he comes out there and has another year where he really, locks in that skill set even more further and puts him another season, it's, he is legitimate. Yeah, Travis Hunter, cornerback, wide receiver. I would put him at just cornerback 24/7 in the pros personally, because I think he's going to be a potential best corner in the league. And if that's the case, to me, I know that Deion and coming out from Deion did that stuff back in the day with some wide receiver stuff, but even Deion back in the day was never able to really do the wide receiver really that much. It's just too much of a load on a guy, especially if he's going to be that good of a corner. Fly Zone, I hope you're right. DK Metcalf should retire as a Seahawk. I want to put Largen's jersey here, and I want DK's jersey right up here. And that will happen if he retires as a Seahawk. I promise you that. Fly Zone says everyone thinks the Rams are going to win the division this year. I'm not as ready to look. I'll knock the Rams and take my shots at the 49ers, not the Rams, but the 49ers. I'll knock the 49er fans all day long and get up on them, and it's playful jabbing. But the pronouncing of the RIP of the Rams, of the 49ers, has been kind of an odd one for me to watch, because if I'm not mistaken, the Rams lost Aaron Donald for the year now. There's no Aaron Donald there. They're going from Braden Fisk to Aaron Donald. And while, you guys added an offensive lineman from the Lions, and not like you had some all-pro there into that place. And in the case of Stafford and Kupp, you have two guys that have gone through a lot of injuries in their career that are getting older as players. Are they going to both make it through a full season there? I think part of the reason that I agree with the outlook that the Rams are going to run a lot of the ball, like the reason they're going to lean into Blake Corum and Kyron Williams, is because of the fact that, they don't want Stafford back there high voluming it anymore. That's not the place where they know he's going to get whacked and banged around if they do too much of that. So it's a bit of protecting him throughout the whole course of the season, I think. So, are they better as a team? And, they got out from under the dead money, and that's impressive. You lost your most maybe important player. The best defender we've seen in 10 years. The thing you lose that, and then suddenly vault up and slingshot your way into a better team. That so many people are just sort of prescribing that. I go, I don't know about that. I don't know about that either. No, I still have the 49ers as one. I think the Rams are still, at this point, have got to be thought of as, I think, pretty firmly in two. We can solve either of those two puzzles. We've got to give them the proper respect to where they deserve to be. But at the same point in time, yes, I don't think them winning the division should be the outlook of it. The Niners went to the Super Bowl. They lost nothing off of that Super Bowl team of any real, value. They've theoretically only gotten better, but just a little bit older. I can't knock them off of that at that point, as much as I'd like to. Yeah, John Schneider told him to wait till June. Hopefully he didn't tell him to wait till June. Flight Zone says, even if we get Russ Wilson deal like the Broncos trade, I don't think the Steelers or Chiefs will be the worst team in the league. You're betting like a lottery. Yeah, I agree with Fly Zone. That's why I don't want to do it on the DK thing. And it is crazy talk. Great, but it's something out there, man. It gets mentioned. Trevor Thompson, I don't have a dog in this fight, but losing DK would hurt the Hawks. He has great size and speed and good production considering the scheme. 5,000 yards in 5 years and averaged 8 touchdowns per year. There it is. That's the start of the career that he's having is as good a start of the career as he's having. I'm in the same place where I just go, man, the thinking that we can just replicate this on the fly, or you just are going to find his replacement on that, it'll be no problem. And then we get the draft guy, and like, I think it's going to be a big problem. I don't think it's going to be that easy, and it's overlooking a little bit of his impact that he does really provide to the team. But it is a little bit of a pervasive thinking that's out there, and I agree with you. Just the thing, he's out there every week. He run blocks like hell. Best start to a receiving career of any Seahawk in our history. You would go through these things on any other player, and there'd just be no doubt about it that it would be nothing but silly to even consider. And here's of course the one that I love to present as well. I've been looking for this here as I'm bringing up what you're discussing. This is what I showed in the DK video, of course, a couple weeks ago, which is you look at DK Metcalf and you look at Megatron through their first 5 years, right? 5 years into the NFL. Megatron's got 366 catches. DK Metcalf's got 372 catches. Megatron's got 5,872 yards. DK's got 5,332 yards. Megatron's got 49 touchdowns. DK's got 43 touchdowns. He's within close enough shot there that it's not crazy on this comparison. Number one. Number two, do you think that there was any part of the Detroit Lion fan base through 5 years that was looking to move Megatron? I can get the national perspective on this with some of the people that bring up nationally wise about, okay, well, maybe we, maybe you guys want to give us DK, I get people in Kansas City saying, hey, why don't you, if you don't want him, if you don't, give it to us. I get them wanting it. What I don't get is my people. What I don't understand is my people. Got the second iteration of Megatron on our hands. Well, he doesn't high point the ball like Superman style, so you can't make the Megatron come. 5 years, same kind of production. And that's Megatron with Stat Padford at that time. Not Matt Stafford, Stat Padford. Get down by 28 points through the first 2 quarters, and then it's all Megatronville through the next 2 quarters. Empty production is what I'm talking about. So, yeah, I don't get it. Don't want to see it. He should retire as a high. Cameron Robinson says, DK is a dog. We need that. And we are adding more dogs to our dogs. Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. Nate says, even if they trade him, what's DK's value? 2 firsts and a second and a fourth? No, you're not getting that much. Not from what we've seen historically speaking go, Nate. Tyreek Hill went for what? 1, a 3, a 4, or something like that. The best that you're going to get for DK is going to be a first and a second. Maybe a fourth on top, but I don't think that you're getting 2 firsts. And if you are getting 2 firsts, we're talking about the Kansas City Chiefs 2 firsts. We're talking about the 31st pick in 2025 and the 30th pick in 2026. Not top 10, not top 15, not top 20. Yeah. Greg Gates, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Greg. Welcome aboard, and I thank you for that. Chad Wombolt, DK's routes throw off the timing of the offense. His completion percentage is horrible. I don't know if they throw off the time in the offense as much as that the catchable balls at times thrown in his direction are not always the greatest there, Chad. For whatever reason, at times they're, especially when it came down to the red zone, Geno did not always give DK the proper opportunities to be able to make a play down the field. And I can't tell you how many all 22 shots I can give you from last year of DK running a 9 route and Geno ends up throwing it 3 yards out of bounds down the field. That would be charted up to what you talk about with the completion percentage is horrible in target, but is that his fault at that point, or is that the quarterback not giving his guy an opportunity? And then in the case of down by the red zone, is that because the quarterback's been instructed to throw the ball to a certain area where it's like, well, maybe it'll be 2 yards out of bounds and he can make a magical play, or nobody ever gets to it, versus the quarterbacks that on those kind of balls down near the red zone might put a little bit more of the ball inbounds to give the guy a little bit more of a chance to actually make the play on the ball. Yeah, Chad, again, I don't get, and I know I'm behind the chat on this, so you can maybe bring up your idea to it again. Just why give up this production? Chad Wumbolt says, let me see what we got here, is that he can't catch back shoulder catches, nor deep corners, flies, or go routes. He can't catch go routes is hilarious to me. But again, how does he put up this much production through 5 years? How does he have the best start to Seahawks history for a wide receiver when you have a guy like Largent on the books and Brian Blades and Tyler Lockett's? The way he's done that is by being exceptionally productive. And that's not even while we've used him right. Chad says DK's catch percentage when we won games last year was 64%, which isn't good at all. And it was 49% on average in all games we lost. It's again where it's leaning on stats too much, Chad, it's always say, Chad, stats are good, Chad. So I don't want to push down the stats and say don't use the stats. But when you're using merely stats and you're not pairing it up to the game film, then you're losing a whole big, huge part of the tail. You're looking at just a little bit of the tail. Look at the whole tail as to what explains the whole situation with it. And, DK's catch percentage, while a good marker to track and look at, isn't just then based upon him doing something bad. DK catch percentage bad, so therefore DK bad. It's based also on outlying parameters here. Many of which I would say are the fact you're watching the game tape on this. I can run you endless amounts of cut up from last year. I can show you 20, 30, 35, 40 balls from Geno that are just wildly thrown in not close to a place where he can make a catch. That's not on DK then. And I think Geno had a pretty good year last year, but there were some spots to when he was especially trying to target DK where the throws just didn't make sense. It's where I can't lean back on that particular stat and give it a lot of credence. And that he allows drives to stall, Chad, I don't think so. Lord Boom says George Halani is my dark horse underdog this year's draft class. I think he makes the team and then some. I do too, Lord. I would forecast him to make the team at this point. He should be your 4. And might, as we've learned in the past, Lord Boom, with the beast mode curse, you could end up having to drive into those running back ranks really quickly, into the depths of them. Scott says, I love that Ken Easley shirt earlier. The enforcer. He was the greatest. Still to this day is the only poster on my wall. Thanks for remembering my brother. Hey, absolutely, Scott. Absolutely. And I love me some Kenny. I do like to say, and it sometimes rankles the LOB fans out there, but hey, I think he's the best safety we've ever had here in Seattle. So want to make sure I'm always celebrating those old school cats because with us as Seahawks fans, it is great that we've had the Super Bowl runs here, but the team didn't just begin at the time of the LOB or with Coach Carroll, and that there is a certainly a history here, that tradition that should be really celebrated, and easily within that. A guy that was just a fantastic safety. We're talking about free safeties that can do strong safety stuff and strong safeties that can do free safety stuff. Safeties that can do linebacker stuff. I give you Kenny Easley. Great player. Nate says, will Draymond Jones rework his contract? Will he be a defensive end or will they move Reed to defensive end? Don't think you're going to be in the 3-4s too much, Nate. Don't think Draymond Jones is going to be willing to rework his contract at this point when you asked him to play out of position a lot of the times last year. In a position that the Denver Broncos didn't ask him to play. And you had to play him in that position because you didn't have a guy at the edge who could set the edge and control things against the run in the way that you needed to. So it was sort of out of desperation as much as anything else. So no, he's going to stand pat on that contract. It comes down to whether Seattle's willing to trade him or release him when it comes down to that. I do see Jaron Reed staying at the nose tackle. I was on the IR and played Andrew D. Nugget. That's right. Flight Zone says the whole NFL is hating the Seahawks. They aren't praising our draft pick. Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit. I think it's a mixed bag from some people. Some people really liked it. I mean, a guy like, for instance, I think Chris Sims had DJ James as his second best cornerback in the draft. And he had Byron Murphy as his best defensive tackle. There's one guy right there that liked it quite a bit. Lombardi, the guy that said last week, the former general manager that talked about having Sam Howell, in the same place as a lot of the top quarterbacks in this draft, thought the Seahawks had a really great draft as well. So I mean, there's gonna be a variety of opinions out there, and I don't know. To me, it's from an expert standpoint and taking this draft apart, to me, it's pretty hard because when you at the front of the draft grab the best defensive tackle in the draft and then you grab the best guard in the draft, and it's not like they had a horrible draft on the back end of things. I'm not asking for teams to put them up into an A based off that, but to come down off of anything like but a B when you've done that much kind of great work off the first two picks, that's kind of consensus on those picks. That ain't like, well, they did this wild thing where they grabbed this weird guy in this strange spot. You grab a play that, every other NFL team in that spot would have grabbed probably that player. That's where you think that there would be more lauding there to that. Malik says, let's go Seahawks. Let's go Seahawks, Elite. Yeah, again, Chad, I understand where you're coming from on the DK thing because it's something I've talked a lot about here in our chat. I won't go too much into it, my man, because it's just brought up almost every single stream. But I just don't think that you do well trading your best players. And he's 26 years old. He's, as I showed there, right there with Megatron through his first 5 years in his level of production. You can say he doesn't run this route or he doesn't do this or he doesn't do that. He's done that production, Chad, while not being targeted at the same kind of rate as some of his other peers out there, like, AJ Brown and some of the other guys out there. We had to do it on less targets and less catchable targets at that of the last couple of years. He blocks like a demon. He shows up every single week. He plays injured. I think that trying to find ways and means to offload these kind of players just kind of for the hell of it without any really good reason, again, understanding that the return that you're hoping to get back is not going to be very plentiful, just doesn't add up to me. It seems one that's based in sort of a hot stove league kind of mentality and not one in, really looking at the full spectrum of DK and what he brings to the table and then what he will bring to the table as we go to the future. There's no reason you can't sign him to a new contract extension next year. It's at 26 years old. It's not like he's in his early 30s and it's like, well, he's just about to fall off. So you still should have 3 or 4 more years of real prime production from him at that point, minimum. Well, like I said there, Chad, this is one that gets talked a lot about here in this chat. So it kind of gets beaten kind of to a pulp and death at times. It's sort of the horse that's on the ground and there's no more flesh left, just bones, and we're still hitting it with the stick. Huey says, B, are you saying a young man could possibly prefer South Beach over the rocky shores of the Snake River? Clutch the pearls. It's possible. It is possible. I'll acknowledge. Cameron says, nice pick. K9 needed a line and play calls. Geez, yes. He knows his year to make it happen. Yeah, he's going through that third year. He's training crazy. Going to have a couple things in place he hasn't had. I like the thought of it. No Tiger, Brandon, have you heard about the nose tackle Buddha Jones signing? What's your opinion on that? I like his chances. I haven't looked at anything yet on it. I did see it come up just as I was prepping for the show, Snow Tiger, but I will try to take a little bit of a closer look at him, see what he brings to the table. Not as aware of him, though, too much at this point. Don says AZ Sports Radio is good. Wolf is great. All right. Check it out. Check it out. So Tiger says, agree, Brandon. Don't understand the too much hype around the Lambs. McVay's a genius, but he didn't do too much since their Super Bowl fluke. If Macdonald is as advertised, we have a chance to dominate. I hope we do there, Snow Tiger. I definitely think it might take us a little bit of time to get there, and if it got there this year, it'd be great. I'm going to definitely be preaching heavy patience the next couple months because I don't want to gas up Hawk fans too much on a year where there's a lot of transition and change going over, and I think the Rams are going to be tough for the record, but they did lose their defensive coordinator, who's now a head coach. They've had the defensive coordinator taken from him a couple times over the last few years. Does he have another guy just plug and play as a defensive coordinator there? Maybe not. And then, you do have, your most important players on that team for the most part are older a little bit. They've got some good young talent they brought along, but I wonder about that as well. Stafford with that back, something pops up. What happens? How's that team look with a backup quarterback? How's that team look with Carson Wentz at the helm? And I don't think the Niners are as that sort of delicately thin a little bit, I guess, in a way to put it. Haley says, one really cool stat is when you look at DK and Lockett together, they're generational level elite. Perhaps people say he doesn't compete at the same level as a wide receiver one, but he's competing with Lockett and Pete's offense. I would agree, Haley. That's part of why I love to post this stat. It's where it's like, I think if anybody's is even the most somewhat anti-DK guys, it becomes a pretty sobering stat to look at. It's like he's right there in the production with Megatron. Megatron didn't have a Tyler Lockett. Megatron didn't have an offense that was trying to tamper down the amount of passing attempts and doesn't throw to the middle of the football field and, those type of things. So, I think that it isn't always easy to recognize really good talent when it's doing it on a football field because things are not sometimes outside of players' controls. Sometimes you can see it and sometimes things go wrong in a way that you're not able to see it as widely displayed. But that shouldn't mean that there isn't some hope for the future that it will be on display and that it can be even brighter than it's ever been before. Ryan says, Brandon, thanks for that. Facts. Let's go, man. They wanted DK the folks. Yeah, that's right. Brian E says, even thinking about trading DK is suicidal. We've got one of the wagons in the league at wide receivers. Even when he's not a target, he blocks like an OT. He draws double teams like flies. Dude is a weapon. I love it. Well said, Brian. Beautifully put, my man. Beautifully put. Kyle Kreitzer coming in with a $20 donation. Let's go. Come on, man. Thank you for that dono drop, bro. Very kind of you. He says, I am on the side of keeping DK, but nobody is untouchable. If someone sends an offer that is absolutely blows your pants off, sure. But otherwise, I would keep him. Yeah, you never, as much as I'm saying and I'm battering down, I think that I wouldn't push back against that, right? Like it's the old story, as I would say, it's the movie. It's a cliche movie scene that we have seen so many times, Kyle, right? The rich guy, it's right straight from like the Count of Monte Cristo had this scene, He's got all of his treasure that he's gathered up. He's walking down there out in the country, sees this huge mansion, 50, 60, 70 acres, manicured garden. Got the little cherub statues blowing the water out their mouth, right? Walks up to the homeowner and he's like, hey, it's a great place. And the homeowner's like, thank you. Like, how much? He's like, it's not for sale. And then he walks over with a big chest full of pure gold and he drops it at him. And then the whole cliche in movies, because movies love their shorthand moments. So the whole cliche is that you drop the chest, fast cut, break cut then to the owner signing the deed over in the house and then moving away in the cart, rolling away in the cart with his vat of gold there now, with his new box of gold there that he's gotten off of the sale. So that's kind of, Kyle, when you say about not untouchable, that's sort of what I think about in my mind. If there's somebody that's going to walk up to me on my house that's worth a couple $100,000 and they're going to say, I'm going to give you $5 million for it. Yeah. No one's going to be crazy here. No one's going to be like, oh, I mean, I like the house too much. It's got sentimental value. Nothing's got that much sentimental value, but it would take that kind of haul for me, Kyle. And I think the one thing that gets said about this when people talk about the trade to DK is that I don't know that I don't know that that trade is necessarily out there where we get that haul back. Because, for instance, right now, if we try to trade DK or after June 1st even, there's all of that dead money you got to get back. So you got to get a little bit of extra trade capital back from that. We've got trades, be it guys like A.J. Brown or Stephon Diggs when he's moved from the Vikings to the Bills, or Tyreek Hill when he's moved from the Chiefs to the Dolphins, where the draft haul doesn't really seem all that much for the player you're getting. And you go, oh, you're getting that, but I mean, okay, the Bills give up a late first round pick and a little, I mean, okay. That's where I was trying to, Kyle, earlier on this show today, say really the way to think about it is by the realistic angle of what DK Metcalf would bring back if you were to trade him. We can talk about a first and a third, first and a second, a first, a second, and a fourth. I don't think you're getting 2 first-round picks. Whoever trades for DK has to then pay him a new contract. Teams are going to be like, we're not giving you 2 first-round picks and then have to pay this guy $30 million a year. So the realistic way, in my opinion, as I was bringing up at the start of this, Kyle, to look at it is to say, rather than get caught up in what you're getting back, the realistic way of looking at what you're going to get back for DK, because so many people attach the draft capital you get from DK, you then package together, and then you go get your franchise quarterback. And the thing I've been saying about that is, okay, I'm with all that for a second. So what we'll do then is DK Metcalf for Quinn Ewers. And that's going to be my mantra here as I hear the DK trade come up over the next couple of months. You guys are going to hear me say it. And you can know right now reference, because you've been listening in, you guys are hearing me right now. Kyle, you do on this. When you hear me reference it, you'll understand what I'm meaning. Because when we're talking about DK, it ain't talking about DK for Caleb Williams. We ain't talking about DK Metcalf for Justin Herbert or Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes. Let's be clear on that real quickly. We're talking about DK Metcalf for Quinn Ewers. That's what that trade would be. And that's where the rubber really meets the road. That's where the theoretical, the proverbial, well, if I dream it up here, it'll be this wonderful quarterback guy that's just amazing like those other guys I just talked about. It's not going to be that guy. Unless your outlook of Quinn Ewers is that he's one of those kind of guys. And that's the part where I think people really got to do when they talk about the trade of DK is that what is the real return you're getting? Kansas City gives you a first, they give you a second, they give you a late first, a late second. What are you doing with that? Well, we'll package our first round pick, we'll package Casey's first round pick, we'll package one of our second round picks, and then we'll move up and go get the quarterback. Okay. Who's that quarterback? Well, Quinn Ewers. Okay. We still want to do it? No. Okay. But like you say, as to your bottom line point, and thank you so much for that $20 donation, Kyle, the bottom line of your point is absolutely a right one. If I'm that homeowner in front of my villa, and you're going to drop pirate's chest of gold at my feet, indeed, I'm going to have a hard time saying no to that. And the same would be true with DK if that were to happen. But it better be a big mother effing chest. You know what I mean? I better get the gem of India in that, from Britain. I better get that gemstone and the romancing the stone they were going after. That thing better be in there. You know what I mean? I better get some of Solomon's gold in there. Okay. I don't want some trinkets. You know what I mean? Thank you though, Kyle. Appreciate you, man. Very kind of you. Very kind of you. Wayne feeling good. He says Hawks will win the NFC. Let's go. Dangerous says, hey, Brandon, quick question. What was your least favorite and favorite year of the Seahawks from 2018 to the present? Mine favorite was 2019. The least was 2021, with 2023 being a close second. Oh, okay. From 2018 to the present. Okay. I like where you're at with that. Yeah, I think 21's probably the worst because just it's the end of the era to me. It's the end of the Carroll. It's the end of that's the year Wilson gets broke with the finger. And you knew just things were coming to a close somehow or another at that point. That's kind of the wrap up. So I would go 21 as being the year for me, Dangerous, that I just, didn't, that was the sad one, so to speak. And 19 was the most because you that was probably the team of that whole period. If you go from 2016 to 2023, probably the best team that you had of that era was 2019. That was the one where you probably had the best chance to make some noise in the playoffs. You somewhat took the Packers right to the brink there after you won against the Eagles in the first round. But that was a fun year, the Clowney year. That was a good year. Diggs coming in and he was balling out. That was a good year. That was a fun season. Mr. Dog, the Hawks Nest, which of the Auburn guys that we drafted do you think will have a better year? I think Hall will have a better year too. I think DJ James will push a lot of snaps in the slot to allow Witherspoon to play more snaps on the outside. I put in those two orders of things. Cameron says, what's crazy is their team lost AD and we gained BM the humble beast. The closest comparison to AD in the league. I know it's going to be, that's the offset. We take your guy and add him to our team. Sort of. Trevor Thompson, as a Lions fan, the Megatron analogy is spot on, and Calvin has a yellow jacket. No way the Hawks should consider letting DK go. You need to take the pressure off K9 and run game, not add to it. Great point there, Trevor. And you talk about that's a bit of the impact that this helps. What does the teams tend to do with Seattle? A lot of it is live a lot of cover too. People were mentioning about the double team. There's so many things with DK. It's like it's the productivity. It's the fact that he's never injured. He's missed one game in 5 seasons. I mean, he's had times where it's like one week they're like, well, he's got something with a ligament. He's back there the next week playing well. It's when you have him this year and you're down in games and you need catches, go back and watch the end of the Eagles game alone this year. He's got a one play where Drew Lock tries to throw an interception. He with one hand rips it out of the hand of the defender and then makes the catch. Comes back, makes another post route catch on a big third down. GS ended up making the touchdown catch. He made that drive go. You got other games like the game against the Rams where he was making a couple catches at the end of that game. The big catches, the times where you needed him to get the field to put them in a spot to win the game. How many game winners has he had over the last couple of years? The Vikings game back a few years ago. The Rams game where he sunned up Jalen Ramsey for the win to get the W there. The guy is clutch as hell on top of it. Blocks like an absolute demon in the run game. You have to beg wide receivers to block in this day and age. They do not want to do it. It is like it's allergic to them. It's like it's against their religion. And this guy goes out there and you have to actually tell him to back up a little bit. He's too ferocious with it. And then you bring up even another point, which is a great one on Trevor's part on top of this, which is the double team aspect, the bracket coverage. I'm going to dedicate 2 defenders to this one guy and the benefits that then brings to the rest of your offense. I don't want to give that guy away. You're coming at me and saying, well, he's 32, he's 33. How many more years can he do this? He's 26. 26. John says, laughing out loud, analytic dorks love stats until it doesn't support the narrative. I love, it's just that I always say with it, Don says Russ would not even target him all game and shortchange him 1,000-yard season too. He's a snake. Yeah, I think it's where it's very important. I love the analytics. I love the stats, and they should certainly be used as a tool. I'm not asking them to be thrown away completely, and I lean on them as well, but you've always got to marry it with the film, right? I'm working on a thing right now for the Ravens game and the Hawks, and I'm not going to go back and just show stats of the game and go, well, here's how the Ravens kept this Hawks under this yards, and here's how they gave them under that yards. You have that information, but then you got to have that film with it or you're not getting that whole story. Jay Frost says, solid draft, and just, by the way, F the DK trade rumors. Let's go. Ridiculous. I love it. I'm glad my people are with me on this one. F them DK trade rumors. F them DK trade rumors. Greg Kemp says, also switched from a vertical offense during DK's first to second years to a McVay horizontal offense. The last 3 years went against DK's skill set, and he still delivered, even with Shane Waldron learning on the job. Great points here in the chat. I love it. Let's go. Herbzat, I give the draft a B. I like it. I think we go, Herbzat. Lou says, DK's a stud. Why would you trade one of your best players in offense? I don't get it. I don't either, Lou. Hopefully these rumors die very soon. Rockman Drums, what do you think about Coach Mack and his practice tempo? I doubt if there will be any short break dancing at practice. Laugh loud, these guys are going to work and get things right. Yeah, I mean, it's a different comparison of two different styles. The new CBAs over the last 10 years have reduced down the amount of time that you can get with these players. And, before, maybe you had the music out there and you couldn't do as much intimate trading with the music and when you're rolling and everything's going. But you always had those extra times that weren't as removed as they've been recently from the CBA, to where you could get in and still work with those players. You could get the communication and the messaging and the teaching across. Harder to maybe do is now much. You've got to be more efficient now with your time than ever before with how much you have to use these guys and work with them. And I think there's more to be said with, like, okay, we just got to be on point here with the time we have you. We got to be, driving through this as much and as quickly as we possibly can. Holy Hand Grenade says, hypothetical, what would be the offer to be realistically thinking about? So it's a first and a second at the most. You wouldn't get more than that. And probably late picks at that. I feel pretty strongly that you'd get at least that. Fly Zone says, Titans should have kept A.J. Brown. We should learn from their mistakes. Another good point. You want to look about teaching tools and taking one organization's mistake. One mistake that you can see absolutely acknowledged in what they've done in some of their commiserate moves. Take the Titans as Exhibit A. Titans go, well, A.J. Brown, 25 million a year. Man, we don't really want to do that. Man, all right. So they move A.J. Brown, right? They get their first round pick. They go draft this kid out of Arkansas who's really not developing. Really not giving them much at all. Then they go out there and they completely overpay for Calvin Ridley. They give Calvin Ridley basically the A.J. Brown contract in free agency in order to do what? Fill the hole. The hole left by what? The A.J. Brown trade. When you make a bad decision or a bad move, it isn't then just about the bad move you made. Then it becomes about the other extra bad moves that you have to make in addition to it to clean up the mess that you made that you didn't have to make in the first place. Yeah, and I've instructed Megan, as Megan's mentioned in the chat, I want to have open conversation with this here this off season. So we're going to probably have a lot of people in here, and you're going to hear me with my mods have people be as patient as we can be on some of this discussion points, because I want to cover, look, it's topics that we can cover that sometimes get a little bit old. Some of these topics are topics that we've got to discuss, and the DK stuff is out there right now. I wouldn't want to discuss it. I wouldn't want to talk about it, but it's not just necessarily the fandom of it being out there. And, I'm hoping the more that we can maybe expose the light of the ridiculousness of it, maybe the more that we can tamp this whole thing down at the end of the day and, what it needs to be. Diamond Boy Trucking, NFL's a passing league, and Pete couldn't stop the run, trying to stop the pass. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, he didn't work as necessarily hard on doing things on the back end much differently than he ever done as far as stopping the pass outside of just spending a lot of money on guys in the secondary. But yeah, that's basically true. Brian Myers says trade rumors only come from Pitt as far as I've seen, trying to upgrade the O around Russ. Could be them just kind of sort of shaking the tree here a little bit, to your point. Luce is excited what Grubb can do with DK in the offense. Me too. Mr. Apple says, what do you expect of the Hawks? D will be improved the most under Mike Macdonald. Third down, D, more sacks, opponent, QBR. Third down would be the one and you put that at the forefront in the first of your questions on that. So you're kind of on that, I think, too, as well with this. The team spent a collective game and a half extra time on the football field last year because of the fact they couldn't get off the field on third downs. The slow bleed of those long drives over and over and over again just was something your defense had no counter for. And of course, at the heart of it would be you have a 3rd and 4, you have a 3rd and 5. What does the team do? They drop in off coverage. Their outside corners drop to bail drop technique post snap. Your middle linebackers drop to 10, 15 yards of depth. Well, what do? You leave everything open up underneath, but you're protecting against the deep ball, and then you allow yourself to allow these third downs to continually get completed and converted over and over and over and over again. So I think that's going to be the part that there's going to be a direct uptick in, more of trying to force the issue. If I've got a 3rd and 11, rather than I'm going to drop in my bail technique and I'm going to drop all these guys into coverage, but then I'm going to hope my front 4 can eventually get there and drive some pressure. Rather than that, let's bring the stack fronts up there. Let's bring some blitzes. They need routes that can have a long enough time to develop to get the 11 and 12 yards they need for the first down. What if we just take that away from them and we don't give them the time to let those routes develop? I think that will be the place where the uptick absolutely comes this year in the biggest way. And that'll help a lot of different things out right out the gate. That will help the defense by not getting wore down over the course of the season, help the offense to not have to be the most efficient in football in order to score a lot of points and to be productive. So that will be the first one I think that you see the uptick on. With sacks, we'll see. That's another one right there. Pressures and sacks, possibly, absolutely, because of the one-on-one opportunities he'll create, and the fact that he's actually willing to blitz versus the prior regime, which did not want to blitz very often at all. Yeah, with Woolen, I think it's a little bit too soon, as Brian's mentioning about this, and I agree with this as well. To say Woolen doesn't like to tackle or can't tackle is a bit of a tough kind of conclusion to reach on him at this point in time. He was dealing with a shoulder injury last year that we know of, and that's going to impact guys and how they can tackle. I think a lot of I've mentioned this with Jamal Adams. I think part of Jamal Adams' issue in tackling last year was in not trusting that those shoulders that have been injured multiple times over the course of his career would get injured again if he dives in there and really wraps it up versus just trying to kind of protect the shoulder and do kind of the lean into the pad on the shoulder itself. But with Woolen, let's remember with this is a guy that has transitioned from wide receiver to cornerback. And so, I'm not asking to say that with all players, you'd have a tremendous amount of patience with them and their ability to be good tacklers at the pro level, but with the guy that you might be willing to do that with would be a guy that's only been playing the position for 3 years. And it may be that we come to find that he just can't do it, but you also want to give the guy at least a little bit of the proper time to, try to develop that, because it's a hard skill. You're not just going to learn to tackle, or it's not just one that you have it or you don't. You got to work on your technique. You got to work on your strength and that stuff. It's not necessarily easy in that way. So, we'll see with Woolen, but I do think it's a bit premature to look at him and say, well, no, he definitely can't tackle at this point. We know he can't do it. It's like he was a wide receiver 3 years ago. You know. Megan says the Hawks Nest. Redundant question, but if we traded into the second, where would we have picked from and who would we have taken and why? So I think if John Schneider was taking any of the deals that were probably sitting on his table, you got the Vikings, you got the Rams wanting to trade up in there. I think the Eagles. I think you probably would have been somewhere in the neighborhood, Megan, of like 12 to 23, 24ish in the second round. If you had to move back, we were talking the Packers as well, so there's a bit of a wide disparity here. I think seeing that we had Edgerrin Cooper as the first inside linebacker taken off the board, I think that the team would have been heavily driven in, and understanding they took Tyrese Knight in the fourth round, Megan, I think that there's a good amount of logic and reason here to say that the team would have gone to Junior Colson, and that would have been their pick in the second round. I think Mike liked him, and I think Mike would have loved to bring him in there as his inside linebacker on this team. So I think somewhere in that neighborhood, 12. You would have the Vikings, I think they're 12th or something in the second, all the way back to the Packers at 26. But I think it would have been Colson kind of pretty locked and loaded on that one. Rockman Drum says third and short last year was an automatic punt that has to improve. Please, laughing out loud, Mr. Grubb. Yeah, that's another place offensively that could definitely stand to take some steps forward too. Good point. And hopefully Mr. Grubb can take the reins on that one a little bit better. Predictability of how you run the ball. You're going to have third and short. You're probably running it, and you're probably going to run it up the middle. More of an opportunity is to get lateral and get horizontal in those kind of plays. Could be pretty beneficial to helping us convert more of those. Red Ace, Mad Mike is cooking up the good stuff on the defensive side. Y'all excited as I am? From vanilla cover 3 to 31 flavors. It's what do they say? The variety is the spice of life. The spice of life. Chad Hart, thank you for the $10 donation, Chad, and all of your support today on the stream. He says, I'm over the Russell talk, but seriously, of all the football teams, the Pittsburgh Cheaters, I thought Pumpkin was black. I thought you did an oil change and forgot the oil pan. He's mentioned to my other cat that comes through here. Yeah, Zena's been feeling confident to jump up in the Pumpkin spot here with the new move to the new place. So she's feeling herself a little bit there, Chad. I'm over the Russell talk, but seriously, of all the football teams, the Pittsburgh, he chose the Steelers, man, the cheaters, team that got us back in 2005. That's where Russell's going. I got to give Russell credit for choosing the right spot, though. He's in a place right now where, it's the any port in the storm where he could have looked at this and been like, I just need to go find a spot. Just go find a spot. Just go locate a spot. But it sounds like he really did target in on the Steelers and did try to kind of sell himself with them as his place that he wanted to go. I think that that's the best of places for him because it's going to put him in the position to run the kind of offense that I've said for a while is the only kind of offense that Russell has the chance in to still go out there and be really productive as an NFL quarterback. Still be considered in that realm of being a really good quarterback in the league. I truly do think he can be that. It just has to be in a low volume passing attack, a run heavy offense, an offense that's going to lean into his off script stuff, all of that type of stuff, and that he can find some productivity within it, I believe. So, Pumpkin got the oil slick off, man. It was just a look for her. It was a phase, Chad. It was just a phase for her, man. Just a phase. And Steelers look like they're going for it here. If they're pushing this whole DK stuff, if it's them that's shaking that tree in the background to see if they can get a DK to fall off of the Seahawks tree, it makes sense that they're trying to say, hey, we want to be a team that can really compete next year. We're going to do something that's outside of our normal character, which is, really try and go and show teams that we're ready to go out there and make this happen. So, props to the Steelers for believing in themselves like that. And if you had a receiver to pair there with Pickens that would be of DK's ability, I could certainly see teams starting to look at them more in that kind of contenderish kind of realm. They've got the defense. They just got to get that offense fully on point. That's for sure. Thank you, though, Chad. I really appreciate all your donations and support today, man. You're really, really kind. Greg says, Brandon, I think what gets lost with DK is the Chiefs let go of Cheetah when DK was a free agent before re-signing with the Hawks. Rumored to want DK now. And Chargers didn't re-sign Mike Williams until DK re-signed with the Hawks. That's very true that we do know that there are some teams. That's that thing I talked about where there's teams out there that definitely like DK and are looking at him with kind of a side eye. You know, they're there with their girl, but like they got the sunglasses on, Greg, you know, they're looking out the side of their eye like, that DK though. No, I was, the sun. It's hot today, baby. It's hot. There's a girl over there? Where's their, what girl? What girl anyway? I thought we were alone out here. Oh, over there? Her? That whale? Come on, no, honey. Come on. Give me a break. You're seeing things. They're doing that a little bit there, Greg. And yeah, it's I think there's a reason for that. And it's part of why he's good, and teams know it. Yeah, it's Chiefs definitely. I think even though they did move off of Tyreek Hill, I think the Seahawks came calling with they would bring DK in and they would sign DK to a contract extension in a way that they maybe weren't as willing to do with Tyreek. I don't think that they would have any hesitation on making that kind of move whatsoever. Haley says, B, can you explain how people that want to trade DK make their point by talking down his value? Why would you try selling a car after loudly proclaiming how terrible it is? It makes no sense. I think that they understand how bad of an argument it is on the surface just to make it to Seahawks fans. You know, it's sort of like you got to get past phase 1 to even get to phase 2. And I think that they get stuck on phase 1 where they're just knowing that, okay, before I even start to broach this territory, I'm going to have to do some acrobatics to make this argument even barely quasi kind of fit. And so that's the problem, is that you got to make the argument so hard to the own fans that you can't get to the point of trying to sell up the value as to what it is. I think that they're thinking of it too, is it's like, well, rather than it being where some of us stand on this, Haley, where we go, you have a depressed asset where this guy's a lot better than his production, which as good as his production's been in 5 years, he's even better than that. There's untapped potential in here. This is why you have the team side-eyeing him like they are. This is why a guy like Andy Reid's looking over that guy, that DK out there in Seattle. He's got way more on him. They could use way more than that. I'd go crazy with that guy. You know, that's why those teams, you know, are looking at it in that mode. But rather than them looking at it like we do, where you got this kind of, they're looking at it like, oh no, he's somehow lucked into his production and he's just a big guy that kind of can't catch, can't run routes, so therefore doesn't, you know, and it just goes, I don't, 1 + 1 just doesn't make 2 on this one in any way. Like you say, it just doesn't make sense. The thing just doesn't make sense when you go backwards and forwards on it. And I don't know. It does become that one where outside even these rumors, folks, you may not want to hear about being talked about. Outside even these rumors, I get it brought up in my chat, at least, you know, and when I'm unsolicited, it'll be brought up 2 or 3 times for the course of a stream. It's pretty great. It's pretty crazy. Huey says, don't you think the Chiefs are looking for a wide receiver? They have to pay big money to. Not that they don't think. Oh, okay. So don't think the Chiefs are looking for a wide receiver. They have to pay big money to. Not that they wouldn't want him, but he's spendy. Certainly the cost would be a lot, Huey. The one thing that I will point to though here is that, you know, Patrick Mahomes has reworked his deal multiple times over. If Andy Reid went to Patrick Mahomes and said, we're going to bring DK in, we're going to assign him to a new contract extension, would you take $7 million less per year off of your current deal to help us make this happen? I think Patrick's like, do you have a pen? I don't have a pen. Do you have a pen? Do you got a pen? So that's the part of that that's always that nice part we talk about, is you got a QB willing to restructure, and you do look at the roster right now. They're not really spending on any wide receiver as it stands right now, and Lord knows there's a need for a receiver here. You know, Sky Moore has not developed. They took him in the 2nd round. Kadarius Toney, who I think they gave him a 2nd rounder for, is I think now gone with them, right? Or going to be gone with him, but certainly he's not going to give him anything if he's still there. I don't know. You've got Rashee Rice, who's going to be suspended for now half of this season. You drafted Xavier Worthy, who gives them a piece they can use, but that's not like a one receiver or two receiver on your team. That's like a rotational guy, role guy that you fit in. So I think that there's definitely actually kind of a need there for it a little bit from them, especially if they're really wanting to push again for a Super Bowl this year. First, maybe just sort of taking a year to kind of reset. Megan says the Colson is what I thought to be. Thanks, Hawks Nest. Oh, great minds think alike, Megan. It makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. I agree, Emerald Hayes. If we were going to trade DK, it would have been before the draft. No doubt about that. Or very little doubt about that, I think. Very little doubt. Megan says the Hawks Nest and B12s. Head back to work. Take care. Be kind. Stay safe. And always remember we are 12s. Hear us roar. Let's go, Megan. Thank you. Appreciate you for all you do. Greg Kemp says, and the Chargers end up picking up Quentin Johnson to replace Mike Williams. That's where you can get into this whole thing of easy to replace thing, right? Like, easy to replace. Just go do this guy. And then just do it. Like, well, if you make a bad decision and then you got to try to fix the bad decision, and then maybe your fix is still broken on top of it, and you can find yourself 3, 4, 5 years down the line trying to fix an original situation where you had something working, that was working properly, that was working well, and you broke it. You broke it unneedingly. Broke it. It's already hard enough in football to get decisions right and to put teams together in the proper fashion and to find really hyper-talented players. It makes it even harder if you're going to take your gun and shoot yourself dead right in your foot. Tony 10 times 206. I love that username. Go Hawks, man. Anwar 1990, he says, what will be Russell Wilson's new catchphrase for the Steelers? We figured this one out, Anwar. We figured it out, man. I got you, okay? Hold on. Hold on this one. Just a second. Steeler country. Let's weld. That's what we came up with. There we go, Yui. Let's weld. Mr. Appelis says, I'm a big Geno fan and think that he'll be around for at least 2 years, but I can't help but think Mike Macdonald and Grubb would want to see Hal in some game action this year to see what he's got. Well, Geno's a bit of an older guy. Let's remember that now in mid-30s. Is he going to be able to hold up for a full 17-game season? We'll see on that. I think that Geno and where he is in his development is still pretty far beyond Hal. In things where Howell definitely has some room to grow. And being a young quarterback, there's reason to believe that growth can come. But I think that does put Geno a little bit in the leaderboard on this one, Mr. A, when it comes to initially speaking this upcoming year. We'll see after year 2 of it, and part of that probably is going to be dependent on how Howell develops over this next year and some of the things that he needs to work on. But I do think Geno's going to be pretty well locked in there outside of an injury here for at least the foreseeable future. Ricardo says A.J. Brown the A.J. Brown trade really did wonders for the Titans. Sarcasm. Yeah. Yeah, that's one where they're definitely still licking their wounds on that one. Cameron says, oh my God, I thought I was losing it. I didn't know you had two four-legged furry ones. I saw an episode for a quick second and I noticed the black instead of the orange. Thank you for the clarification. Yes, I've got an old girl, an old kitty that's all black. And she's real old. And Pumpkin you wouldn't look at her, but she's a little bit of a bully, and she's very territorial. So Pumpkin has decided that this cat tree is her cat tree. And we moved to this new place, and the other cat, Cameron, saw it as an opening to maybe reestablish rules. So she's starting to feel pretty comfortable jumping up too, which would be cool. I'd like you guys to see the black cat. She's a nice kitty too. But Pumpkin kind of rules the roost. So we're all on her time when it comes to this, and if it's her turn in the cat tree, it's her turn. Ricardo says, unfortunately, we're going to have 2 months of DK talk because there's nothing else newsworthy. It may be the case. I'll definitely be trying to concentrate on other items. I'm not going to, do a show. I'll do maybe a video at some point where I upload you to say, stop it. Stop it. Leave my DK alone. But I can attest it's not going anywhere anytime soon, probably. So, to your point. He says, I'd rather have pointless DK trade talk than talk about the Mariners. That's fair. That's very fair. Yeah, Pumpkin's happy right now. She's just chilling. Greg says, if the Chiefs trade for DK, they got to sign him DK to a new contract because his deal is almost up, and they are great with tweaking contracts. They are very good about tweaking contracts, Greg. You're right. And yeah, you're going to trade for him. You're going to sign him to a new deal. It's not just have him sit on the deal. Casey can't pay DK. I'll explain to you guys right now how this can happen. I will explain it to you real good. Sports Track updated their stuff. Okay, so the Kansas City Chiefs right now are sitting on, looks like $10 million cap space. Patrick Mahomes has a $37 million cap hit this upcoming season. I don't like how they did this, man. Why did they redo this way? This is dumb looking. I'll talk about ways to mess up your whole site with this look. You used to be able to just see the dead money, what the base hit was. You can't see what the base hit is. Oh, there, maybe that's just what it is there. But Patrick Mahomes is at $37 million right now for the upcoming season. His base is at $800,000, so there's really no flexibility there. I gotta look for this a little bit. Wow, Sports Track messed up their site. Big time. I'm gonna have to be an over the cap guy now. I hate over the cap too, but here we go. Here we go. Okay. So you've got Patrick Mahomes at $10 million base salary right now. You could convert that base to bonus. You got Joe Thuney with a base salary of $15 million. You could convert that base to bonus. Now, what does that do? I could take those two players' salaries, convert it to bonus, sign DK Metcalf to a new 4-year extension, basically bury all of the bonus money into those two guys' restructures, and then have DK on the roster without having to do anything else if I'm Kansas City. Because even if DK signs a $29 million a year deal in the next contract, the first year cap hit can be brought down all the way to about $12 million. $13 million of the first year of the cap hit, especially with him still having a year remaining on the deal, especially because we'll then eat all of the bonus money will accelerate to us, freeing Kansas City to get more creative with the deal for DK in order to make the numbers work. They could make it happen if they wanted to. It wouldn't be that hard. Rockman says Geno needs to eat some meat. He was flopping around like a salmon eating all fish all last year. Emerald says, does Geno still have room to grow, or has he peaked? I think Geno is still, as at this point, peaked. I just think that his peak can be more better mined. It's the same thing that I would apply to Kenneth Walker. It's the same thing I would apply to DK Metcalf. These guys have further upside than what they've given us. They've given us good play, but they can give us more. And in all of their cases, it isn't about them individually needing to develop better their skill sets or improve as players, but to provide them better conditions to get that productivity out. And I look at it with all three of them really resolutely. So it more falls to me on that Emerald Hayes. Geno being able to target the middle of the field a bit more, having more of a creative offensive attack, having a more consistent ground attack, not having a pass protection that is the worst in the league. These are all things that are going to just improve it a little bit, and you help Geno out so mightily. That's where I go to it. So I definitely don't think he's adding extra. He's not going to add an extra hook shot this offseason. But I do think that you're going to get a guy that still could throw for 4,600 yards and 35 touchdowns in a given season if you can just give him a little bit of some improvements on some of those lines across the board. Cameron says, B, it's time to get 2 cat trees. I don't know if she would let her, even up if I had a second cat tree, to be honest with you. But yeah, you're probably right. I get the two pillars on either side of me. It would look pretty cool. I can't argue that would be pretty cool. Boys Angry says, just make a PSA every stream from now on. Be saying no Gino or DK trade talk. I thought about that, but I don't want to do it because we're going to get new people in the chat, and I tend to see a lot of new people come in the chat will want to bring up these kind of very topics. So I don't want to, I don't want to be pushing people away from the chat because I'm a little wore out on a certain given topic. And quite frankly, let's see if we can find someone bringing in some new, perspectives on it if they're going to. But I think it would just it's a little bit like trying to ask people not, spoil the trades on draft day or spoil the draft picks on draft day prior to the picks. It's like, you could mandate it, but it's still going to kind of happen anyway. So you might as well just go with the flow of the ocean and just deal with it head on. I'll shorthand it though. That's for sure. Holy stand grenade. Philip says, am fairly happy with the draft. Am fairly happy with the draft. Few questions. Cornerback was a little lackluster but do we have talent? I won't cry too bad for a first draft. Cornerback was a little lackluster but do we have talent? I'm fairly happy with the draft. Few questions. Cornerback was a little lackluster but we do have talent. I won't cry bad. Yeah, I don't know if you're asking about the two corners that were taken and that you're kind of lackluster on them. They both got some upside. You got them later in the draft. You're on day 3 at that point, Philip. You are kind of at that point going to be dealing with something that's a guy that's got some deficiencies, and you're trying to figure out what it is he can do, what it is he can bring to this defense. Can DJ James become a slot specialist guy and a good one at that? Yeah, maybe. Can Amaya Pritchett develop on the outside? Yeah. Can they run with some man-based coverage concepts that you might engage at times on this team? Yeah. And as you said about the cornerback position, you can never have too much talent in that position, which is also what this is about a little bit, I think, too. Daniel says, trading DK doesn't make sense to me. He's one of the young blue chip pieces you have. If this is a rebuild, he will be in his prime 2 years from now. Yeah, and I don't even think you're in necessarily the super deep point of the rebuild here either, on your point on that. I think you're in the spot of this where you're very close to getting this fully turned on, and he will still be ready to roll when you get this fully turned on. So if we're talking about this being a DK that was 31, 32, 33 years old or something like that, I could get a little bit more into understanding this, but I'm with you, Daniel. Don't want to see it either. I think the majority of the fans don't, but there is that small, loud contingent of Hawk fans that will voice their part on that. Haley says, KC are paying Kelsey as a wide receiver 1. They can't afford a second wide receiver. Yeah. I mean, he's making $19 million this year. I think number 1 wide receivers are more kind of in that $25 million role, $25 million phase. But it's all about how you structure the cap. And Haley with Mahomes, he's got a couple times already that he's restructured his deal. Would he be willing to do more? Are you willing to go base to bonus if you think you're in your Super Bowl window and a guy like this puts you over the top? I could see, I'm saying Casey would do it, but I could see how Casey could come to the realm of doing it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but. Carlos says, JS has said our team doesn't do fire sales. Our team is always trying to compete. That's right. Uses Steelers not paying big money outside of a few defensive players. They're notoriously frugal, but I think Mike Tomlin's clock is ticking. Yeah, it could be the one thing that comes in here that starts to push them in a weird way they haven't before with that UE. But you're right. This has been an organization that's a lot like the Packers, where you get that kind of small town vibe. Keep it in house. Don't spend big. Put your money in the savings account. Let it grow at its 4% rate. I don't imagine if we traded Pete Carroll for draft picks. That would be pretty cool. Brian says, Brandon, can we expect a similar breakdown of the new offense similar to tonight's concerning the D? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. I'd love to do it, man. I think it's a good topic for the show here, especially for these next couple of months when things are going to go a little bit quieter. So absolutely, I'll work on something for that. Lou says, Hawks Nest, great video coverage on Mike Macdonald. Can you do something similar in Grub? Hey, yeah, your guys' request is my demand. I'm on it. As you wish. I'll put something together. There's some interest here, so let's go. Yeah. There's a lot of fun stuff to unpack with Grub too. So let's do it. Radu Turkan, thank you for the $2 donation. It's good to see you in the chat too, Radu. Is it true Witherspoon was a wrestler in his days? I was not aware of him being a wrestler, Radu. I know he had more of a background than football background when you go back to kind of high school, I think, with him. But I wasn't as aware of him having a wrestling background necessarily. That's the first I've heard on that. Makes sense. Definitely would explain, Radu, partly why he's such a good tackler, despite the fact being kind of late to football in high school. Thank you, though, man. I hadn't heard that one. Greg says Kelsey's making Lockett money right now. Yeah, he's at $19 million. I mean, he's definitely not cheap, but he's not making receiver top of the market receiving money now is what 20. I mean, didn't AJ Brown just sign it? It's getting close to the $30 million range of things. So they could definitely, I mean, you could take even a Jawan Taylor and convert base to bonus and get a DK deal on the back of that alone. Teams do that kind of stuff all the time. Again, not predicting it, not saying it's going to happen, but certainly the Chiefs they wouldn't have to destroy their organization to make it go down. Mr. Dog says, what do you think of Cowherd's Seahawks 4th place finish prediction? Well, when it comes to Cowherd, he lost me a couple of years ago on a lot of where I realized his takes are coming from, which is not a place of contemplation, but sort of strategic. Everything feels like it's sort of, telegraphed in advance of him doing stuff that's not, pure, but just like, well, this will get the clicks, or this will draw this, or this will. Feels like everything's kind of pushed to that. So I don't know if I trust even that's what he really even thinks or believes, quite frankly. As far as the 4th place finish goes, it's not going to be a place that Seahawks fans are going to be happy with me on here as we approach the season. But and me and Brendan are going to do a reaction to the schedule prediction. The schedule is going to release on Thursday, and me and Brendan are going to react to it live on that. It's not going to be one the fans are going to like to hear from me, and I'm not trying to diminish people's hopes for the upcoming season, and I'm certainly not trying to remove the excitement from the upcoming season. But I think there's a lot of reason to believe that we've got to be patient with this process this next year and not expect this thing to turn around overnight. And I'm eventually going to have probably a whole live stream show built around kind of just this topic to make sure it's out there a little bit, because I think we can quickly set up expectations in a false way here that's not the right way to look at this when we consider how much has to be changed, onboarded, going from this to that, and that doesn't just happen overnight. And so, we've got to let this process grow and kind of develop. And that means not quickly dropping to, freak out mode if things don't suddenly hit the ground running. So that's going to be evident in my prediction of the season's record. And it, to me, is fair enough in Cowherd's assessment of what he's seeing. I think we are definitely better than the Cardinals as a team right now, but this is going to be the toughest division in football. And the Cardinals certainly played above themselves last year from where we thought they could be from a talent standpoint. So now they're even more talented. Kyler Murray's now fully back for a full year. Is it a jump to think that they're even a little bit better? I don't think it's a huge leap. I think that it's the tough part about what we got to do out here in the West is that we've got the toughest division in football, and we've had probably the toughest division in football for 10 years. And that means anybody can end up falling anywhere when the division comes down to it. It comes down to what is Seahawks' record and where they stand in this division will be every bit dependent on not on the talent, not even on whether or not the young guys come along and develop at the proper speed. That will happen. It will come down to how fast you can go from the most simplified offense and defensive scheme in the NFL to one of the most complicated on both sides of the ball. How quick can that transition be undertaken? To me, it would feel like to say that that might take a season to happen, to break down and go through, feels realistic. And that might mean that the record isn't as up as high as a lot of people are thinking because of that, but realistic to me. So Cal would be in that place. I'm not mad at it. I get it. Even though, again, I'm not a big guy on listening to what he has to say, because a lot of stuff that he has to say just kind of ends up coming, ready, fire, aim sort of mode of things. But it's a year of change. Fly Zone says, kind of sucks. We only signed Rashawn Jenkins to a 1-year contract. We signed him to a 2-year deal, my guy. I'll double check here to make sure that I'm seeing this correctly. Yeah. He's on a 2-year deal. Fly Zone. Holy Sand Grenade. We are also going to get a How the Salary Caps work stream this month at some point too. So that's coming down as well. I've kind of got a buildup of some shows to go over. I like this. Sometimes I'm struggling for some topics. I got some topics to go through, man. We got some ground to cover here. Haley says, B, doesn't Madden identify the Mike linebacker for you so you can shift blocking schemes? What's it going to be for the Hawks? Just a question mark? Laughing out loud. Yeah, Madden will force us into having it pre-identified on the mic. And yes, they basically self-identify the mic so you don't have to, because obviously, Haley, they know people, an 8-year-old doesn't want to have to come up and every time identify the mic prior to the snap. Though that might give me be an idea for Madden, because maybe you could give them more control over the offense. Excuse me. Excuse me. Ooh. So yeah, they do self-identify it. Yes, it's going to be a question mark here, Haley. When you go up to the line of scrimmage and you're going to point out this guy is going to be the Mike, but he's actually serving with will linebacker responsibilities on that play, and the guy next to him is actually going to be the true Mike. You're going to end up blocking the will on the play, and you're going to leave the Mike free. And that's that situation I talk about, Haley, where the blocking schemes are set up in this day and age to get you a numbers game a lot of times to one side of the field, or the other side of the field. And so if your blocking scheme has you set up to go take on the Mike, and this is the Mike, then that's with a sort of a cascading effect down to the rest of the blockers, where we're going to get this blocked up, and then we set our running back in a position of he either has to break one tackle, or we just get him a free full alleyway that he can just get right down where he's going to be untouched if we block it up right. Now, the problem, though, happens, though, again, where, okay, you hit the guy that's actually a will instead of the Mike, and you end up with a Mike now in a place where you weren't supposed to have a Mike in the whole blocking scheme, and he's messing the whole thing up. And so that's it's where you really can go wrong in your targeting at that point, to misidentify the wrong Mike in a given scheme. It's why it's so important for teams to do it. It's why they do it. If this wasn't important, you wouldn't see quarterbacks up there or centers up there every time, making sure that's the first thing things start with. This is the beginning of where we start to then instruct us on the rest of what we're going to do on this play, from roles to responsibilities and all of that. Madden will cheat on this, though, Haley, as they don't have the depth to build this in, so they'll just be like, you're still identifying the Mike Seahawks defense. Doesn't matter. Part of where Madden's got so much room to grow as a gaming franchise if they had that kind of detail in there. It used to be it's in the game. Now it's kind of in the game. Rockman, I can't stand Coward anymore either. He sort of started to turn through the years just more into kind of a parody of himself, especially with some of his takes. And I don't like folks that don't have something they stand on from principle standpoint or an ideology standpoint. It's just like, which way is the wind blowing? All right, I'm going to go left. Which way is the wind blowing over here? I'm going to right. Oh, it's brilliant. He's from the Pacific Northwest, and he's like, I'm not a fan of the team, okay? I'm not a fan of any team, okay? That's not me. I'm not a fan of any team. I've got to report on all this stuff. I've got to be unbiased, objectional. And then he fanboys out over the Los Angeles Rams time and time again, or the USC Trojans, like he thinks he was born in LA or something. Give me a break. Emerald Hayes, who's your 1,000-yard receiver this year? Tyler, DK, JSN. I think DK and JSN have the biggest potential. I think when it all gets settled out, we run the ball a lot, more than we have in recent history. I think DK gets well over 1,000 yards. I think JSN probably gets right up to nudging close to 1,000 yards, but not quite over the top of it. Holy Hand Grenade says, Coward is the only one I listen to because, God, I can't speak with Joy Taylor and Shaddy and that other dude. That's fair enough. They're pretty bad, too. Huey, dead money just means it counts on the books, and therefore it counts against the salary cap, even though the player isn't on the roster. That's right. Yeah, Eisen's way better than loses. Coward claims to be a Hawks fan, but generally craps on him. Yeah, I didn't even. Where is he claimed to even be a Hawks fan? I think he says it like I grew up as a Hawks fan, but then he makes that distinction. Like, all right, Colin. All right, Judas. Peter says, as a Seattle fan, I've learned that if I lower my expectations far enough, I'll never be disappointed. Mariners pleasantly surprise me every year. They're not last. I'm happy if the Hawks have wins. There we go. I like it, Peter. That's a healthy way of doing it. You know what I mean? Very healthy. Happy if the Hawks have 8 wins. All right. Probably going to be right where I'm going to forecast, Peter. 7 to 8 wins this year. Maybe 8 will be where I land. People are going to get mad at me. But I want to keep it real, you know? And hopefully it won't be when keeping it real goes wrong. He says the 4th place finish is wildly out of question. Seahawks haven't gained, a 4th place finish is, I think you meant Huey, isn't wildly. Seahawks haven't really gained on 49ers or the Rams, so finishing behind them is the most likely outcome. That just leaves the Cardinals, who improved. Yeah. It's not nuts. I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. Brian Myers says NFL Network getting blown up. May start partnering with ESPN. Ugh. Then ESPN's going to infect it with their whatever the hell they have going on. Boy, Hangry, I can't stand speak for yourself. So much ego. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. Well, maybe, do you see the Seahawks beating the Bears this year? Oh, I'm sorry, Kitty. I put my arm down and right on you. Bad. Yeah, I do. I think Caleb's going to be kind of thrown in the fire there a little bit. They've got a better situation set up there in Chicago for Caleb to have success, but he's still a rookie quarterback coming in, trying to get it done. I think they're going to give us all we can handle. I think it's a close game. But I do think that that's a win for us. If I'm not mistaken, too, I think that that's at home. I got the schedule here. Somewhere. No, it's on the road. Yeah, it's a close one though. That's a down to 3-point kind of game for me on the surface of it, I think. What's up, Tony? Yeah, McAfee. Yeah, I don't know if McAfee was definitely going to ESPN was maybe not the best route for him either on that one. Tony says, I don't watch McAfee, but I do like College Game Day on Saturdays, and they put that Sideshow McAfee on there, unfortunately. Yes, exactly. Emerald Hayes says, Coward's a ratings phony. Yeah. I originally read that as ratings pony, which it works both ways. Rating pony, rating phony. I go both on that one. Fly Zone, I really wanted Cameron Kitchens in the draft. I'd like another safety in the draft. Me too, Fly Zone. I love Cameron Kitchens. The Rams got a really good player. That's my favorite pick for them in the draft. Tony Wright, how you liking the Penix pick, man? I was one of the few people that kind of actually liked your Falcons taking Penix. I was kind of feeling it. I like the insurance plan, man. Emerald Hayes, have the Hawks done enough in the trenches? Thoughts on improvements? Yeah, I think they've done as much as you can get done in an off season. There wasn't a lot in free agency to make things get improved out there across the board, off on the line or the defensive line. You know, you kept Williams here, which was huge. You got maybe the best defensive lineman in the draft in Byron Murphy. You've already invested a lot in that with recent draft picks you hope are going to come along. So there's a lot to feel really good about what they've done there stepwise on that. Offensive line wise, it was about attacking the inside of the offensive line. And, you know, sure, it would have been great to get a little bit more at center, but you love what you have in Haynes. Sa'atoa Lumea looks like he's got some really good potential too as well. Bradford comes back as a real toolsy guy that just needs to develop, and you sign Laken Tomlinson. This is a thing that I think on both sides of that ball, there was a bit of a requirement in Emerald Hayes here for there to be a lot of work put in here, something that wasn't going to get just done in an off season. And they've done a lot of the big lifting and work that needs to be done on it. Certainly there's some extra refinements and topping off the tank, if you will. I think that's going to need to be undertaken in the next off season to really get this team to that place where it's like, ooh, Super Bowl contender. But the heavy lifting has been done, I would say. And fly zone, yeah, crazy. Jackson Powers Johnson did have that drop. I don't know if he would have ever been quite the fit for what we wanted to do, because you did need the mobile guy. You did need the guy that can move in space. Both Oluwatimi and Nick Harris on the roster can do that stuff right now. Jackson Powers just didn't really have that into his bag. He really didn't. Michael Penix, the new Michael Vick. Mahogany slide was crazy too. All the way 6th, 7th round. Boy, the NFL did not like Mahogany. That was one where the fans definitely overinflated the value on that one. Big time. Fly Zone says crazy. The Vikings took Dallas Turner. They needed O-line. Well, you went quarterback first. Then you had to come back with a defense that desperately needed help. That was the problem there, is that they really just needed to be like triple, double, triple, quadrupling down on defense, but they became fascinated with McCarthy. And so it's like, that's where you get back to that thing where I talked about at the show a week ago, Fly Zone, about the teams that we think are all doing this smart. All these teams really thoroughly thinking through what they're doing, and everything's being done with like the right principles in place. And, nobody's being dumb in their approach. Like, team does this, which may not have been the most smartest move, now makes this other move, which is kind of questionable, but they're having to make this because you made the first move. You get 3, 4, 5, 6 moves down the line, and you're like, boy, if you just not done that first thing, we wouldn't be all the way over here in Timbuktu. And I like Dallas Turner quite a bit, but I think you're right, where it's like, what do you want to get, McCarthy? Get him an offensive line, you get to get in there, start building. They have an okay offensive line in place, Vikings, but could it use some help? Yeah. Going to put a rookie starter out there, probably could use some help just in general terms, but absolutely for that team in addition to that. Fly Zone says, I hope the rumors aren't true that John Schneider wanted to trade for Michael Penix. There was no truth to those rumors, Fly Zone. Team said that we were never trying to do that. That was never our intention. Says somebody else was saying maybe that was a little bit of the Falcons at the time trying to do a little bit of damage control. Everybody wanted this guy. It wasn't just us. Everybody wanted this guy, okay? Get off our back, okay? Everybody wanted Penix. We had like Seattle, we had like, the Rams wanted to get him. Like there was like, a lot of people, like a lot of teams, okay? So just chill on us with that, okay? Just chill on that part with it, all right? William Tarkowski says, hey, Brandon, have you seen the 2025 draft class? A little bit. I sort of do the thing, William, right after the draft for about 3 weeks. I've got to do like it's like astronauts coming back down to Earth after they've been up for two weeks up in the space. I got to like do the decompression off college football. And, when I'm leading up into that draft, I've spent so many hours staring at different players and scouting guys and looking at guys and considering, I have to do the whole like, okay, I need a brain break from this for a couple of weeks before I can go back into the next draft class. Because it really is a year thing you're starting to track and put together, and, the whole process resets to zero. I have about probably 30 guys, I'd say 30, 40 guys that I've looked at in this class already. At least 5, 6, 7 of the quarterbacks I've looked and done very deep dives on. But I've admittedly not looked at the whole class as a whole and really gotten the full feel of where the strength is appearing to be, where the weakness is appearing to be. But I'll be doing that probably in the next week. I'll start opening that little gift and diving into that. Tony, did you like that pick, man? I hear about you on the Penix thing. Phillips says maybe the Hawks can be able to make a screen work down with the new guys. Should be able to, Phillip. When Lakin is on the field, Tomlinson, probably going to be hard to make it happen with him out there. But Haynes, Bradford, Nick Harris, Oluwatimi, these guys can absolutely move in space to get to those blocks. And a lot of the problems of why those screens didn't work in recent history was that your linemen just didn't have the speed to get out in space to hit those blocks. So it should improve now. should improve it on part of being on top of being also, Philip, a very heavy onus of the offense. Grubb loves to run screens. Rockman says the Falcons will probably not have a first-round pick next year from the tampering stuff, so the Penix pick was smart. Yeah, I was already on board with it, but then you do hear about the fact that there may be a very good chance they just don't have a first-round pick next year. And then it makes sense where, look, you're going to take a quarterback, Cousins, there over the next couple of years. So if you don't have one next year, and you know you're not going to probably get to a quarterback in the second round next year's draft, especially with 6 quarterbacks being taken in the first round of this year's draft, I see some foresight in this pick. I see the insurance in the pick. I see the foresight in the pick. And this is one that just, to me, I really have run counter to what I've heard out there on the Penix situation of what I've heard from so many others about their outlook on it. I seem to be just on my own on this one, but boy, I really think they didn't do the worst of things there, you know. Brian says, Brendan did a 2025 draft preview video, not bad. I'll check it out. Really, Brendan already ahead of things there. Let's go. Emerald Hayes says, why does it seem like there's not much respect for center Oluwatimi? Well, I think it begins with, first and foremost here, Emerald Hayes. He's taken in the late 5th round. He's not even the first 5th round guy you took in that draft. You know, you take this guy late in the 5th round, which how many starters in this league tend to be found in the 5th round? Not many of them. So this has people a little bit, I think, skeptical on the surface of it right out the gate. Then you bring in a guy like Evan Brown, who is not known for being a really particularly good player in this league, doesn't play at a particularly good level for you throughout the season, and yet Oluwatimi can't seem to knock this guy out of the starting lineup. Now, some of us have wondered about maybe Carroll not having as much of not having as much of a preference for rookie centers, and that he's tended to avoid that during a lot of his era. But nonetheless, these things don't build a lot of positivity on Oluwatimi. You know, you can't knock off Evan Brown. You're a 5th round pick. When he did play, he was just okay. He wasn't out there dominating guys or doing anything super sensational. He was just doing all right. So I think it's the combination of those 3 factors. I will say, Emerald Hayes, I do have a lot of hope for him still on the upside, and he is a pure fit for this offense and what we're going to want to get done. So I think it is a little bit early and premature to say necessarily he can't go out there and do it. And I think certainly, Emerald, the coaching staff and merely going out there and only taking a Nick Harris, not addressing the position in the draft, does speak to their confidence in Oluwatimi being able to man this as we go into the future and be that starter. I hope so. Boys, hand grenade. Tell me all. Would you rather get stuck in the forest with Aaron Donald or a bear? A bear. You never know when Donald's going to roid out and start choking fools. You never know. Radu, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Radu. He says, Quinn Ewers or Sam Howell? Give me Sam Howell all day long. Radu, I am with you on this. We may be the only Sam Howell acolytes that exist out here in the fandom. Now, there's a few folks that are pro Sam Howell. I shouldn't say that, Radu. I'm not a big Quinn Ewers guy. I have watched, this is one of those guys that you've watched for a lot of years, right? Before he even went to Texas, was checking him out and seeing what he brought to the table. He doesn't impress me as a quarterback. He just does not. And a guy that I might be missing the boat on. I don't, dislike his talent or think like, well, there's no way this guy should even be considered. He's got the tools, he's got the size, he's got the arm strength. Does a little bit like throwing the football like a dart for me at times, too much for my liking. But I'm not big on him, not super ultra mobile. He's average mobility, I think, at best. Howell's definitely much more mobile, but I'll take Howell. I'll take Howell and cheap you rather than having to go up there and take, Ewers with the top 5 pick in order to bring him in house, which is what it's probably going to cost. And I'm already I'm going to try to like do the opposite of speak this into being. I figure like the more I can knock on the Ewers potentiality, the more I can force the devil back down into his grave. Oh, I don't want Ewers as our starting quarterback, folks. Please no. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Radu. Appreciate the double donation. I'm glad I'm not the only one that feels that way about him on that one. Sean Renault says, am I crazy for thinking the team will improve from last year to this upcoming year? I think we will likely make the playoffs. I won't panic if things don't go well. It's a bit of, there's a variety of things coming into play here that sort of, different factors that sort of bang up against each other in two different directions. You've got Sean, a new coach coming in. You've got on the offensive and defensive side of the ball going from one of the more simplified schemes on both sides of the ball to now trying to go to one of the more complicated. You've got the history that we know, Sean, with new coaches coming into places, taking over for legendary coaches that have been there for many, many years. And the fact that that does tend to take a little bit longer than just a one season turnover when there's really heavy lifting to be done. I'm not talking about sort of the, Bill Walsh retires and he has his guy take over and, the machine was running at that point still, that wasn't like a rebuild. So historically speaking, there's a lot here, Sean, that says we got to pad our brakes on this and let this take a little bit of time. And there's going to be probably some bumps in the road, some potholes will hit. We might lose a tire or two. We might have to change the tire in the middle of the road a couple times during the season. And that we should maybe expect a little bit of this and that's realistic. And I lean on that a little bit here, Sean, heavily, where I go, that kind of weighs in my mind a lot here, thinking about this. At the same point in time, a lot of how your team was getting beat in recent seasons, the simplified schemes, right? The weird things that you had built within your offenses and defenses, like offenses not targeting in the middle of the field, not willing to run outside, defenses not willing to blitz, defenses not willing to be creative on any of the stuff they do in the secondary of what they show you in the coverages pre-snap to post-snap and trying to disguise things. You throw all that together and you go, man, you just start doing some of that stuff and it removes those things that were hurting those teams and sinking you. And so there is that collision of these different things coming together. But I do lean to a bit on the former than the latter, Sean, of saying, got to be realistic on what I've seen historically speaking on this to believe that if I'm doing a prediction for next year, I'm probably predicting the team at 8 wins, 9 wins. It probably would look like on the surface a slight step back in the overall record of things, but I think they'll finish stronger than they start. And I think that there's no problem with us taking a year to get to where this is trying to go head, to get to where the end goal is to get here, which is to move you from the simplification to the complication, which is to take you from the, we can read you like a book prior to the snap to, I don't know what the hell is coming with this team post snap. And it sort of means like, if there's a little bit of stuff we got to bleed this year, if there's a little bit of suffering we got to go through this year, it will be well worth it for the long-term objectives and goals at play that are going to be accomplished by building on this kind of year. But Sean, there's much more of a potential here with a new coach taking over for that legendary coach, that you have that turnaround that much faster because of the items that are going to be utilized and the way that they have not been utilized in seasons past and has sunk us in seasons past because we haven't utilized them. Liza says, since we only had 7 draft picks, I knew John Schneider wasn't going to trade up. Yeah. And I do think that there's a really good chance he does trade up next year to go get his quarterback in next year's draft. Very good chance. Emerald Hayes says, 5th round, Richard Sherman. Booyah. That's right. There's some we've been able to get, but I think the fan base by and large just kind of looks at it like, 5th round pick. ZZ Evan Brown was terrible. Yeah. Not good. I do like Olu, though. Boy, his hand grenade says, B, well, you ready to make a PSN account? I'll make one. It's crazy to watch how that game's gotten sunk by that, though. And when the public turns on you, the public will turn on you. Oh, my goodness. Philip says, yes, Evan Brown is a center or a trained mule playing center. Yeah, Seattle sports fandom is not for the weak of heart, Ricardo. You tell no lies on that one, man. Lewis's TheSeahawksNest, how much impact do you think Scott Huff will have on the offensive line? Hard to say. I mean, he did great work there at UW, but he's never been at the pro level before, so I don't know what to kind of quite expect of him. Certainly can't argue with what he's done out there at UW, though. Haley's hot take prediction, 49ers finished 3rd in the division, Rams 1st, Hawks 2nd. Hawks went out the year 6-0. Niners can't overcome some injuries after playing so much last year. All feasible. Very feasible, Haley. We do know the Super Bowl losing teams do tend to have a bit of a tough year the year after. And injuries do tend to prop up quite a bit. I especially look at a guy like Trent Williams, who's I think going to be like 36 years old this year. Are you going to get through another whole year? All that football he's played. That guy goes down alone. I mean, what happens to their offense? Christian McCaffrey. Definitely they're a team that if they lose a couple of those guys, it's a lot different outlook on what they can do and their outlook for their season. Drew Aller. I'll have to take a look at Drew Aller, Greg. Haven't seen him quite yet. Yeah, Fly Zone. League Neighbors does not look happy getting out of the car there in New York about being in New York. Maybe it's just his general. He's got a resting bitch face, but he did not look happy. Chad Hart, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for all your support today, Chad. I know you've dropped a couple on that. Thank you for that, brother. It says the B&B show is what makes America great again. This summer, what is going to make great again? America great again. Brandon, Seahawks. This is what will heal America. I love it. Let's go, Chad. Let's go. We're going to be doing the live schedule release. Me and him are going to look at the schedule release. We do this every year. We'll be doing that this week. We're just going to live react to it and make our predictions. And like I said, I'm getting ready to be flamed because I'm not going to be predicting a Super Bowl, which will have some of the fandom like, traitor. Why don't you have faith, man? Why don't you have the faith? But nonetheless, I'm stoked to see what the schedule's like. And I'll tell you, we're going to have an easier schedule this year than we had last year. The tough games are really out more at home than they're on the road to me. Like the Bears on the road, okay. Going to Detroit, yeah, we've been to Detroit. Going to New England, yeah, we can go to New England with a rookie Drake May. Going to Atlanta, okay, I'm with that. Then you get the Green Bays, the Vikings, the Giants, the Dolphins, the Bills. Get that at home. So a little bit nicer to get the tougher games at home like that. I like that. Well, Hand Grenade says, bright side is B, I can find you on PSN and not the game itself. There we go. That's definitely helpful. I wonder if they're going to roll it back, though, with some of the blowback that they've had recently. Flyzone says Evan Brown was a bad center and a bad guard. Yes, he was. Yeah, just didn't play well. But that's where it begs the question, why does Nola Atimi come in there and start at some point? Why doesn't he take over at week 8? Which is what I was predicting was going to happen prior to the year, was he would come in there and take over for Evan. But either, Pete just does not want to start a rookie center, or Olu wasn't quite there and ready to make that happen. Raphael, I want to see how we play the Bears. Hope the game is in the middle of the late year. Yeah, I'd be okay with that. I just don't want to play them in the snow and the ice cold, rough. That's always tough in those Midwestern games where those teams are in that just ice bowl and it gets tough. It's going to be a good game, though. Bears are finally doing some interesting things after a long time. Rod says, I feel bad for Bowers to the Raiders. Laughing out loud, not a good landing spot in my opinion. No, he's definitely going to have a bit of a uphill battle on that one. They'll probably get a lot of targets and touches because the Bears, I think, are going to be down in a lot of games. But he's not getting the best of quarterbacks to be throwing him in the football. And I'm not sure what the Raiders' plan there is long term. Maybe that should do, or Sanders probably likely destination in next year's draft. Peter Wentworth says no Super Bowl, unsubscribed. Laughing out loud, just kidding. Yeah, exactly, Peter. I got to traipse over this ground very carefully. It's the lake where it's iced up over the winter, but it's starting to heat up a little bit. You're hearing cracks on your steps. I got to be very, very careful. You're like, look, I love you guys. I love you guys. This isn't about that. Sean says, my prediction is the Seahawks win 11 games. If they end up around 8 wins and finish the year strong, I won't be upset. I'm glad to hear it, Sean. That's the thing I'll just hope with it with the Hawk fans on this is just that, look, they have the ability to get there. There are teams and times where I'll predict 8 wins or 7 wins on a team, and I'll be like, that's what you are. That's what you'll be. Is there a, chance if everybody just falls apart and, injures themselves and, you have some rookie who turns the top off that you could become something better? Yeah, maybe. This team truly does have that, as I call it, Sean, that wide spectrum of what they could be. To me, you have everything on this team of going from 7 wins to me to 12 wins. And in prior years, I don't think I would have had as big a opening there between what I thought the team could be both on the low end and the high end. And that's where it gets hard to make that prediction on what they will really be, because there's just so much of a disparity between the two ends. But 12 wins is also on that scale just as much as 7 wins is. And if they were to hit it, I could understand how the pathway is to getting there to hit it. Brian, he says, why don't you have faith, man? From the same people who will throw the team under the bus if they lose 2 in a row. Exactly, Brian. The one that I'm ready for, the one that I'm already like, okay, prepare yourself. This one's coming. It's going to come a lot. Is the first, we start 0-2, and my chat is going to be proliferated with people going, still happy you got off Carroll? You still happy? You happy with what you did? Do you see what you did now? Do you see now? I need to come back to my religion, Do you understand? Do you understand how you've walked with evil now, and that you've embraced evil fully in your heart? And now you're willing to come back to Carroll and apologize? That's the one that I'm going, oh man. Patience, people, please, patience. But hey, it's all good. Fly Zone says, I think the Raiders wanted Michael Penix, so they took Brock Bowers instead. Yeah, I agree, Fly Zone. I think they made a determination that, okay, we're not moving up in this draft for a quarterback. We want to protect our picks for the future. We're not in good enough shape to say, here's a future first-round pick that we might give you that might become the number 1 overall pick. They just saw what happened to freaking Carolina, and they're like, no, let's not do that. But if Michael was going to fall and slip, that was my outlook here, was that as I had mocked Bo Nix to the Broncos, I had Penix mocked to the Raiders. And I think that's what they would have done. Absolutely. Spaces, are you going to have Pumpkin make any predictions this year? I don't know. She was kind of off last year. She had us at 12 wins. I don't know. I think her meter might be a little bit broken here. I thought she had true psychic cat phenomena. I thought she was a true psychic cat phenomena. And instead, it just turns out she might just be a cat. Which is, okay. It's cool. I like having just a cat. It's kind of cooler to have psychic cat. But, can't have everything. Can't have the cuteness and the psychic ability, I guess. She kind of sold on us last year with the prediction. She could have warned us, man. Rockman says, Cross is probably the only piece from last year's starting offensive line that is going to be starting this year with Lucas having another surgery, which is pretty wild. Yeah. Shows you it is a work in progress. Raphael says 7-10 to 10-7 with a playoff win. Let's go. Chad says the coldest game in history was the San Diego Charger game at the Cincinnati Bengals. That's right. Wasn't that a playoff one, Chad? It was one where it's just like, oof. No, thank you. I think, didn't we beat that with the Viking game, Chad? I thought our Viking game in the playoff a couple years ago beat that. You guys ever see the snake skin on Cam Chancellor after that game? Like had frostbite on his hand. Haley says, I believe the reason Olu wasn't starting has more to do with the overall consistency of our offensive line. Changing the center changes calls the most. Can't risk him starting with the rest of the offensive line in shambles. Good point. Great point. And certainly very, very plausible as to the reasoning involved. And certainly not a reflection then that he can't be good enough to do it in the future, which I think is built within your point there. John Robinson in the house says, at least we're bad. We'll have an awesome draft pick, although this draft class seems to be weak. Hope some dark horses emerge. Me too, man. And that is the upshot, is if you do have a bit of a disappointing season, you're in better position to go get that QB, and certainly in a better position than John to package another pick if you need to move up without having to sacrifice a lot to get up there at that point, because you're already kind of in the neighborhood. Ricardo says, Quinn Ewers screams Andy Dalton to me. I like that comp. And guess what? As we've known that, to your point, Ricardo, as we've heard that John Schneider reportedly likes Quinn Ewers, so too did he reportedly like Andy Dalton coming out. Is there any physical studs at quarterback on the radar with any super potential nobody's talking about? Not really, John. I mean, there's guys. They're varying talents. You're probably going to have a couple first rounders. There's probably going to be more of a, where we didn't see that in this draft with any second or third rounders, you're probably going to see more of a couple or second or third rounders. Riley Leonard, Cam Ward, Van Dyke, some of those types that might slide into that second or third round. But nobody that, to my eyes early on, nobody that's a real sensational talent, depending on where you might stand on Shedeur Sanders. Emerald Hayes says, I feel like the Seahawks will take the NFC West with ease. I love the confidence. Let's go. John says, Brandon, what do you make of the we're not talking about trading DK until June 21st bid? Is there any scenario where he's not on the team? Not that I see. I still don't know where that rumor is coming up from a real tangible place, John. It's something reportedly the Steelers were told, but it's not being reported by any like legit reporting source. It's being reported by kind of Twitter. So I'm still going to maintain that they're not moving DK and that this stuff is more just other organizations kind of shaking the tree to try to generate some interest or generate the potential of what would it cost? What would it take to get him? Brian Nee says the coaching overhaul and implementation of a more complex D would account for a sub 500 season, but stability on offense might counteract that. There we go. That's that two different things I was speaking about, Brian, exactly, of that are kind of going up ahead against each other. You know, this thing draws that way, that thing draws that way, they collide. Which one sort of wins out? Yeah. Raphael says, I'm not afraid of Kirk Cousins and the Falcons because of those Vikings games in the playoffs and those games on Monday Night Football. Let's go. Yeah. Certainly not. He doesn't freak me out. If Michael Penix is in there playing by that point, that might be a little bit harder to deal with. John says, I think John is 1 year removed from taking a giant swing at quarterback. He's going to trade up and get his guy if he has to. I think he's been salivating to get this guy to cement his legacy. That's my feeling too. I've been in the same spot of this for a little bit of time as well, in that I think Johnny's going to move up in this next year's draft for his quarterback. I think he's waiting for the right time, waiting for the right moment. Next year will be that time, will be that moment. My hair was famous before I am. Who am I? I'm not sure. What about underclassmen? And none yet, but do remember with this too, John, sometimes when we do this as a yearly thing, you know, we try to go, well, who's going to be the QBs coming out? And remember we had the year where it was going to be Spencer Rattler and Sam Howell as your first two quarterbacks taken in that next upcoming draft, and it didn't work that way at all. So it's also a little bit early. We got to let the final college season play out before we can truly determine who's going to be available, what, where, when, and how good of what is going to be available. On the surface, it doesn't look as good, but John, some of this too is a little bit of everything's going to look a little bit worse after this last draft with 6 quarterbacks taken in the first 12 picks. Chad says it could have been the Vikings game where they missed that 19-yard field goal. The Bengals game was the coldest back. Then I do believe it was a playoff. It was for a long time, Chad. I do think that was the winner, and then I think our Viking game beat it. But I could be remembering wrong. You know, some of the stuff blurs together after a while. They're both cold-ass games that none of us would have wanted to be on the field for. The bottom line. Ain't nobody want to be playing football in those conditions. You know? Randall says, thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. I really appreciate it. He says, just listen to the opening monologue. Just a tremendous breakdown, bro. In the scheme, is there one position that stirs the pot? What attributes needed? I think that's the part about making this more positionless, especially up the middle of the defense, Randall. And thanks for the kind words and the kind donation on your part as always, brother. I really do appreciate you. That's kind of really, I think, at the heart of the point of this defense a little bit is that it becomes a scheme that does push a little bit more towards it being coach driven and less the need of the player being player driven. And I think what stands out about this, Randall, is that we're coming from a scheme under Carroll that was really the ultimate in being player driven and not scheme driven. They will fully determine whether this rides or fails. You know, our front four will have to generate pressure on their own. We're not giving them extra blitzes. We're not going to give them extra looks to make them have one-on-one opportunities. They've got to find a way to get it done. This is more of a scheme about let's give our players every advantage we can on the field in addition to what they bring to the table. So when it comes to there being a position that stirs the pot, to me, Randall, more than it being that being the thing, which is more to me, that's more of an outcrop to me of that former scheme and what you used to run. It's more now about flexibility, versatility. Can I bring you into this defense and ask you to do a variety of things, or do I have to put you into a box of what you can do? You know, are you a strong safety that can only be a box safety? Are you a free safety that I have to keep you out of the line of scrimmage because I can't trust you to tackle? And it starts to work this way all the way around with every one of these positions where it becomes about, I need versatility from you. Maybe you don't give me as much versatility as the guy next to you, but can you do those different things that then makes my scheme completely disguised and complex and impossible to be able to read on what I'm doing prior to the snap and post snap? Maybe even to the point, Randall, where you drive offenses to the point of don't even try to read what Mike Macdonald's defense pre-snap. Just throw that out of your playbook this week. We're not going to do it. We're going to have to do a little bit more of a guessing game here because, he's just going to confuse the hell out of you if you try to start to do that. So I think it's a little bit less so that it being that way, Randall. I mean, there'd be a draw here to say, well, yeah, get a Kyle Hamilton type, get a safety that can play strong. But I don't even think that that's necessarily the bare requirement because the defense, Randall, can be so much of an amoeba. It can be everything. It can have players do all different roles and all, in all different places on the football field. It becomes more about getting to that guy that is flexible and has a little bit more into a skill set. We're looking at Cooper Beebe, for instance, or not Beebe, but Cooper DeJean before the draft, and really looking at him as a guy that they may have looked to have targeted at 16. And that was as much because they're in a guy you had who had familiarity in playing strong safety, free safety, Sam linebacker, and then the whole prior year he had been an outside corner for Iowa. And you were going to be able to bring that to the defense, where there were times where I could put him up as a press cover corner who ends up as my single high free safety post snap. That I think becomes more of the onus, but I understand the question too, Randall, because again, the drive from the other defense was all about that. What made the old defense go? Well, you could say, well, maybe an edge rusher, the Leo, right? Like, Randall, that's what I would say about the old defense at Carroll. You go, what is it that makes this defense go most? What makes having a Leo, my blindside edge that I give a little space to rush off the edge. That's where this begins here on this defense. Don't think it's that way on this one. I think this is the one, Randall, where it's a little bit of this is a different flavor of style of defense where it's just not driven in that way. Great question, though. Fantastic question. And thank you, man. I appreciate it on the kind words too on the top there as well. Very, very kind of you, man. Noah says, which guy do you see ending up a left guard? Also, what do you think of Geno versus Hal? I think that Christian Haynes ends up as your left guard with Laken Tomlinson as the backup. I think when it comes to Bradford, he's got the athleticism to do it, certainly the size and power, but I think his issues in struggling a little bit in pass protection lead him to keep him over there on the nose tackles up against the right guards. So Sa'atoa and Bradford become your two right guards on the team. Geno Smith has had a lot of stuff he's developed over the years, and why Geno Noah got the Comeback Player of the Year award and why he looked so good in his second stint with Seattle after it had been 10 long years since he started was because of the work that he had done from the neck up in developing himself. And when it comes to Sam Howell and taking those 65 sacks last year, sometimes not always dealing with pressure in the best of ways, he's got to gain some of that stuff from the neck up. That's his points of improvement. It's not with Sam Howell of cleaning up a delivery, getting quicker. It's more about, getting more cerebral in your approach to the position. Less of just gunslinger, try to fit it into a hole, and more of having a purpose and plan in the way you go about it. There's a very big difference between those two players right now. Noah, as it stands in their development, Geno is much further along, understandably so, with 10 extra years on him in this league. So those skills can come with Sam, with time, Noah, and there's certainly upside in Sam Howell as those skills will come. But for right now, Geno is a much better player at the quarterback position. Or just a better player at the quarterback position is maybe the best way to put it. John asks, what would it take for Geno to get another contract? Man, this is only a gut instinct, John. So I can't base this on, and I'm basing this on this and that, and I usually like to do that. But if Geno Smith goes out and throws for 4,600 yards and throws for 36 touchdowns this next year, I think that he's much more likely to be a trade candidate to a different team than he is to then still remain as the quarterback here into the future. I don't have anything I'm basing this a lot on. It's just kind of the gut instinct of what it seems like in the situation here, John. As you said above on this, and I agree with you, I think John is looking to target, potentially get up there and get a quarterback in next year's draft. He has Sam Howell in house here for a year. Geno goes out and throws for 3,600 yards or 4,600 yards and 36 touchdowns. Some team offers you a second-round pick for Geno. You move that. Hal rolls here. You take the package of what you got for Geno. You package together with your first-round pick. You go up and you get Quinn Ewers. Then you got Quinn Ewers and Sam Howell as your two quarterbacks moving into the future at that point. Kind of think that in the back recesses of John Schneider's mind, John, that's a little bit of what he would like to do. John, Seahawks, what's up, man? John, who's the most improved on offense and defense, the new schemes? The most improved on offense is going to be, sorry, kitty. That's a hard question on the offensive side of the ball. I guess I'd go to the ways I'm drawing here in my mind are Geno or Jackson Smith and Jigba. On the defensive side, with the change of schemes, the guy that most benefits from that is probably going to be probably Devin Witherspoon, because he's going to get to maximize out his skill set by being used all over the place. And as he showed last year, he's got a wide variety of skills he can bring to the table, including being a really great blitzer. And so you get to use all of that with him a bit. The man coverage stuff, all of that. I think you'd be the best on that one. Or the one to improve, I guess. What are Schneider's blind spots and lessons he needs to learn to push this franchise to glory in the era of the NFL? Well, I think he's learned some of the lessons that were plaguing them in recent years, John. I think 16, 17, 18, 19, they were drafting too much for needs. They were spending too much money on aging NFL veterans on one-year contracts. He wasn't addressing the offensive line with the type of purpose that needed to be applied. I think we look a couple years later at this process now, and he has he's rebuilt the offensive line up. That part's been taken care of. They don't draft for need like they did a couple of years ago. When it comes to how they're spending the money, it seems like it's a little bit less in spending on these guys that are in their 30s and trying to squeeze one last year out. I think for the most part, he's done a good job to kind of correct things that have been latent issues with him in his outlook of things. If there's some little spots that I could look at that we've got to address as we go into the future here, I suppose just staying on the offensive line, John, not overlooking that or treating that like some secondhand part of the team, and making sure that you build it at times into a strength because of how much that can help out the rest of the team down the line by creating it in that way. But in a lot of ways, I think he's really taking care of those blind spots, because those would have been the major things that have stood out to me as kind of the forefront. And it's hard for me to knock much of what I've seen from him here in the last couple of years, because I think everything's being done at least from a smart approach, on the surface of it at least. Randall, thank you for another $5 donation, Randall. I appreciate you for that. He says, can Mac make it too complicated? Going to answer my own. Here, he seems smart enough in that he will keep it simple yet complex. The part that I go to is that when he was coming in there taking over for Wink Martindale, Randall, Wink Martindale's issues were twofold as I understand it. One, Wink Martindale wanted to blitz way too much and try to lean on these outside corners to just hold up the man coverage, which worked when he had his starters, but when his man coverage starters went down, he still ran the blitz. Those guys got exposed on the back end. That's something that Macdonald definitely has not been known to allow to happen. So he's fixed that problem right there. The second part that was understood about Wink Martindale, Randall, was the fact that Wink was asking for too many checks, too many changes. Okay, so I'm a middle linebacker, offense rolls this way, do that. But if they do this, do that. But if they go over here, do this. But if they did this kind of litany of things that led to just too many things that your guys had to think about in their adjustments, and too many guys that had to make adjustments and then be on the same page with that adjustments, which led to broken plays, which then led to big plays. I think what Macdonald does is, rather than it being more about all these individual checks and adjustments you have to make as a player based on how the offensive formation flows. It's more about, let's show the offense this prior to the snap, and then let's be that. And now that's more prescribed. That's more of, I know what I'm going to be doing prior to the snap. I know what I'm going to be responsible prior to the snap. It's not built in for so many extra adjustments on top of it. And that's where I think there was a keynote difference in the way that Wink Martindale did it the way he did it. That's where he sort of was correcting his mentor's hole in his particular scheme and system and what was causing problems with players. This is why Randall, I think he was able to institute this in 2 different places, is find the way to take something really complicated. And this is what they say really smart people are able to do, Randall, is take something that is eminently complicated to all get out and simplify it down to a place that makes it, easy to digest and understand. And I think that's part of the secret sauce of what makes Mike Macdonald such a good coach. So it's complicated, but it's complicated by the appearances and the nature of it, not really complicated by how it necessarily plays on the field. It's just complicated in the more of the appearance than anything else. Great question, though. Great questions, Randall. Thank you. Appreciate too the donations. Noah says, "What do you think? What do you think of so many analysts ranking us in the bottom of the 20s in power rankings? What's the range you see this team in terms of wins?" So I think there's a wide spectrum of where the team can be from wins standpoint, Noah. I think people putting us in 4th in division or putting us in the 20s in the rankings is not necessarily them being mean or them having an East Coast bias. You have a new coach taking over for a legendary coach. And Noah, when you look through the history of the NFL, when these kind of situations happen, it doesn't tend to be, well, now we just don't even skip a beat and we go and hit the ignition switch and we're on to the new greatness. There tends to be a bit of a transitional period and a need for there to be about a year for things that kind of turn over a bit. And so I would say that that's what people are kind of anticipating here as much as anything. And it's less to do with the talent and how good they've drafted and the players they've brought on board the past couple of years. It's more to do about that new transition that's coming into play. And it's also about how tough of a division that you play in the NFC West, which is probably being forecasted to be the toughest in football by most of these same analysts, Noah. So it's understandable. And I have a wide disparity. I think the teams could be, and it would not shock me to see this team anywhere from 7 wins to 12 wins. And they could be anywhere in that kind of spectrum, and it wouldn't shock me. So it's hard to pin them down on this because of that. But it's also fair to look at them and say they could hit that low end as well, and very feasibly hit that low end. Brian says, trying to predict draft position strength now is a total waste of time, way too early. Amen. Yes, sir. I'm a big believer in that. That final year of college holds so much sway. John says, I love PFF's motto of creep back towards average on the O-line because the defense can always exploit matchups. I do think that they have a lot to say on this that's very smart, John, especially when they touch on your offensive line is as good as its weakest link, which is kind of an offset of what you're saying, right? Get the weakest link up to at least par, and you can start putting an offensive line together. And so that's absolutely, I think, a true statement. And it takes time, bit by bit, but it just takes as much to that, John, that commitment there, right? Getting the 1st and the 3rd round pick for the tackles, and getting another 3rd round pick with Christian Haynes put on there this year, continuing to draft extra guys in the back end of the draft on top of it to reinforce the depth, bit by bit. John says, I see us at game planning so much better in exploiting matchups on offense and defense for huge gains on offense and turnovers on defense. I could see it as well. That's why I do put that wide spectrum, John, where I say, look, traditionally, teams do tend to have these sort of turnover years with a new coach coming in. But because of the level of talent, because of how good this team is and that talent that they have, I certainly said there's a lot of potential still to get to like an 11 or 12 win season too, if things can work out well. Hitter spoon, let's go. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate all that tonight, Randall, as ever, man. You're very kind, brother. And GD Browning, thank you for subscribing to the channel as well. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Randall says, I think they'll almost favor smart player versus athlete. I could certainly see that be the key there, Randall. And then when they do find the athlete who is a smart player, that becomes kind of the gold, right? That becomes the ultimate when you can locate that one. But yes, I think having a player that's smart and able to do different things, and not just a guy that just sort of say, all right, we're going to point you and tell you to get downhill, go get downhill, is a big part of it. I didn't as much see the instinct stuff with Tyrese Knight on tape, but one thing that Mike Macdonald did speak about was those instincts and his intelligence in figuring out where the play is going, being a big part of what drew them to him as a player, Randall, to your point on that, of the smart player side of it. So to be able to do different things, you've got to have the intelligence to do those things too, on top of the ability. And sometimes you got to pick one or the other a little bit, like you're speaking about to your point. And versatility and, to your point, that smartness with it will end up being the factor that wins out over the guy that's just the pure raw, necessarily athlete, I think. Absolutely. Can't have dumb guys in this defense, Randall, to your point. Dumb guys are not going to work with this defense and how this will flow. Noah says, so then what part of our roster would you say is the biggest question mark or area that needs to be improved to get to where we need to go? Well, the interior of the line's got to develop. That you were 28th in pass protection last year. Some of that was the fact your two tackles were out much of the season, and that hurt it. Some of that is also the fact that the interior of the offensive line was dog water. And so there's a lot that needs to be fixed in that interior part. There's maybe even some potential you need to add some more talent in there to get it up to the right spot of things. The edge group in Uchenna Nwosu coming off the injury, we'll see where he's at. Boye was really good last year, but then it's a question mark with the rest of the edges you have on this roster. I love Derek Hall, but I don't know if he's ready, Noah. He didn't have a good year last year. Darrell Taylor might not even make the final roster. Julian Love's on the final year of his deal and should be a fit for this scheme. Rashawn Jenkins that you signed from the Jaguars has a 2-year deal, could end up becoming a 1-year deal also as a fit for this scheme, but long term, you're probably needing to figure out something as far as the safety position. Same thing with the inside linebacker, where you've got 2 guys on 1-year contracts. Maybe they both ball out and you re-sign them, or maybe you've got to go find 2 inside linebackers next offseason. Maybe Tyrese Knight can develop into one of those guys. But those would be the main places I would say there's still some question marks. Jay Frost says, you're an effing dog. Thank you, Jay. I appreciate that, man. Brian says, what the roster needs more than anything else is time for the chosen starters on both sides of the ball to meld and learn the new systems. Amen. Amen, Brian. Noah says, because I look at the Rams losing Donald and our Stafford injury away from being bad, it's hard to say they got better. Same with the Niners. Cardinals, I think, missed some impact players later in the draft. Yeah, I mean, both with the Niners and the Rams, they're not teams that are sitting on like a ton of depth to run what they run. Stafford goes down, the Rams are sunk. If the Niners lose Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey, they're sunk. That big part of their seasons are going to be, beholden to their real star players being star players and being out on the football field. Losing Donald is a big factor that does hurt, Noah. We got to also remember a little bit with the Rams last year that they were sitting on $57 million of dead money. Guys no longer on the books, and they still got to the playoffs and almost won a playoff game. They've lost some things. I think when it comes down to it, Noah, on this, if we're being honest with this right now, it makes complete sense to look at Seattle and say they should be 3rd and 4th in this division this year because of the fact you're changing over a coach like this. The reason, Noah, I'm going to kind of harp on this a bit is because I think there's going to be a push at times from many in the fan base to start going over the moon for this next season. And then there'll start to be an expectation that slowly starts to build itself up about how good this team's got to be this next year. Because they got all this talent. They should be that good. And why isn't Macdonald getting it done fast? And this could quickly go from being something that is ultimately super positive and people being just super hyped about the team to turning into something that then can become toxic really fast when those expectations aren't met. And that's why, to me, it's really important on the face of this, Noah, to sit there and walk into it and go, okay, let's be realistic with this, you know? And while the Rams did lose Donald, Noah, they had a damn good draft class last year. And they seem to have a really good draft class this year with a lot of guys that, while they're not going to give them star power, a guy like Jared Verse will come in there and give him a guy with productivity out the gate. I'm not big on Braden Fisk. He can't carry Aaron Donald's shock. He will walk in there and at least give them some help on that interior of that defensive line. They get the young rookies taking steps forward from how they played last year. They have an offensive line and a running game that's going to be, hard to deal with. And if Stafford can stay upright, he showed last year he's still an MVP level quarterback. While both of these two teams sit on that spot of being that strong and that tough and that, place of holding on to it as long as those guys can stay healthy. If they stay healthy, they are strong. The Niners didn't lose anybody this offseason. They haven't lost Ayuk. They haven't lost Deebo Samuel. Kittle's coming back. McCaffrey's coming back. Trent Williams is coming back. They get the benefits of their draft class. I'm with you on the draft class is not being stupendous when it comes to the Cardinals and the Niners, but they're not worse necessarily. And them being worse, those two teams and the Rams and the Niners, to me, is going to be really beholden upon more of the fact of there being some key injuries to spots for them for us to kind of get up there. And so the only reason I say it on this, Noah, is that there's a team here in the Seahawks this year, Noah, that can go win 12 games, okay? There's a team in this Seahawks team right now that can win this NFC West. But we talk about percentage chances and what's likely to happen and what's really more or less likely to happen. It's not likely to happen in that first year where a new coach is coming in. It's just not likely to happen. And I want to make sure we're really doing a good job of trying to kind of set that expectation the right way because, again, like I said, Noah, it goes from being about positivity and hyping the team up to then it sort of turns on its face and then becomes this toxic things where people are like, is Macdonald the right coach? I don't know if we made the right choice. Should have had Coach Carroll back. Well, are you anti-Carroll people happy now because you don't have Coach Carroll back? It then starts to shift to that. And that's where it never should go to, because we should always be at the forefront of the mind going, got to give it at least that first year to embed itself, set itself, and get it right. Get everything kind of into place, so to speak. Well, he's angry as I find the whole Chiefs situation hilarious right now. It's even the season yet, and their dynasty may already be coming to an end. I'm not going to pronounce them down yet, but they've been having their guys are having those wild off seasons, There's some wild off season stuff going on with those Chiefs. They're feeling them championship selves. Randall, thank you for another $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Randall says, be cool to see a similar scheme breakdown on Grubb's offense. What made it so successful in college and why or why not it will translate to the NFL? Absolutely, Randall. Actually, I've had a bunch of folks just on this stream alone bring that up, and I love you guys give me some suggestions on that stuff because sometimes on certain shows, Randall, I'm trying to figure out what I want to talk about, and I can't land on anything that I want to talk about, and I just kind of like, all right, whatever. But this will be a great show to do. So I think it's a fantastic suggestion. Over the next month, let's definitely plan on doing it. I'll do a Grubb offensive breakdown, sort of with the same kind of look that we've had here a bit to the defensive side of the ball today. I think that's a great suggestion, and I think it'd be fun to kind of dive into a little bit of this Husky tape and show you guys some of the stuff that their offense does that is so unique. And I do think will translate, Randall. And there's definitely some stuff that you worry about a little bit in the translate, always with the spread stuff and the wide hash marks and all that kind of stuff, But I do think this one will translate because Grubb's done some specific things with his spread system that I think makes it unique and better applicable to make that transition, to the pro style game, Randall. But thank you, man. Great suggestion. And yes, we will 100% be doing a Grubb vid. Ricardo says, I get the same feeling that John Schneider is, I get the same feeling that John Schneider is out on Geno. I feel like that is incredibly short-sighted. If Geno performs with Grubb, why would we move on from a mid-rookie quarterback for a mid-rookie quarterback like yours? Yeah, I think it's great. All great points on that side of it. I wouldn't push back in against that, Ricardo. I think it's well said. And it's some of this stuff becomes a bit of a guessing game where we just don't know. We would need to be a fly in the wall, and there's really no evidence to let us gather one way or the other. In fact, really, if we're really just taking the real, just nothing but the facts, evidence of the situation with Geno in regards to John Schneider, Ricardo, it goes more to your point, being that John did trust in him to be the starting quarterback rather than looking for other people after moving on from Russ, right? Didn't chomp at the bit to go get his next quarterback. John then gave him a contract extension after the year was through with that to keep him here, right? John's reworked the deal with him here this last year, to make it to where he will be here this season again for sure. There's no chance to kind of get out from under it. So very well maybe could be the case. And I'm not advocating for it, Ricardo. I don't want the Ewers item. I think some of it is a little bit, and I'm guilty of this a bit too, where you go, well, John will at one point or another want to get punchy with the fact that he's going to want to go get his QB. He's going to want to go find his guy, not the guy that he inherited or somebody else's secondhand guy, but his guy pure. But maybe not, maybe not on that, Ricardo. Maybe he looks at Gino and goes, hey, this is working just fine. And Gino certainly has done a lot with how hard he's worked, with how good of a leader he's been, with the fact that he showed he was willing to not have to take and break the bank. He's certainly opened that door for that potential in the way that this could play out. Good points. Liza says that the Rams will be tough, but they won't be the best team in the NFC West. I don't think they're going to be the best team in the NFC West. I agree there. But I will be charting them to be the second place team in this division when I do my forecasting of the division. Tough is right, though. Yeah, their D-line's not going to be easy to deal with right now. Remember, they had the Defensive Rookie of the Year last year, Kobe Turner, Jared Verse, Fisk. They grabbed another defensive lineman at some point, too. It's going to be tough. Kason Anthony, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Kason. Appreciate you for doing that. John says, I love how the Chiefs are saying that Worthy's the next Tyreek Hill, just like how Mecole Hardman was supposed to be. Tyreek is a unicorn, a tiny wide receiver built like a running back who plays like a big wide receiver. Yeah, I love how you put that. Yeah, that's absolutely exact, very exact and precise and accurate in that assessment of it. And I feel the same way, John. I think that Tyreek was a kind of a one-off, and you're not going to find another guy like that. And I don't even think Xavier Worthy can be the guy that I think probably drew a lot to Andy Reid's mind on the comparison was the Deshaun Jackson. And I don't even think he's Deshaun Jackson. But yeah, John, I wasn't a big Xavier Worthy guy either. I think the Titans made a huge mistake in drafting the tackle instead of Neighbors. Levis is going to need some targets to get better. I still can't believe we didn't trade up to get him. Yeah, definitely would love to send Levis with another lineman rather than, well, I do like getting him a lineman there. Part of it is that they just had to rebuild so much of that line, John, and it was in such bad shape. But Neighbors wouldn't have hurt. Oh, yeah, Hand Grenade wins the collab with Seahawks podcasters. I'm going to try to get done here some point this offseason. Just trying to get through some of the backlog of work here, man. I got wanted to get the video up today, for instance, for the defense, and got to look at some of the deep dives on the prospects in the draft. So I'll try to get something together here in May or June, or in June here if I can, maybe. I'm working on it. We'll get something going. John says, would you rather have Derek Hall or Will Levis right now? I probably would have taken Levis, I guess. I don't know. My thing with that, John, is that remember with me on my outlook on it, John, is that I don't want to go get the quarterback before I've got the offensive line in place. This is the part where I always got to say, John, I understand I run counter to everybody else's outlook on this or many other people's outlook on this, but remember, I'm not the guy sitting there chomping at the bit saying, get the quarterback, get the quarterback, get the quarterback. I think that you got to first and foremost have the line in place, have the guy protected. And if you don't do that, you're setting a guy up for failure. You're lamenting a little bit about the receiver position there, and I get the lamentation. Neighbors is awesome. But at the end of the day, Levis started last year. Levis got hurt last year. Did Levis get hurt because he didn't have receivers to throw to, or did he get hurt because his offensive line couldn't pass protect well enough for him? That's just goes back again to my point on that, where it's like, I don't want to draft the quarterback until I have the offensive line in place. It really is just, I'm militant about it. I'll accept that. But I've just seen too much proof of guys getting broken and waylaid and bad habits created and lack of quarterback development when you just decide, well, let's just go get the quarterback. That's the most important thing. Oh my God, this guy slipped to here. We got to go jump on him. And as I love Levis, I did, man, John, I do. But it prevents me a little bit on that. Jay Frost says, bro, you the man. Thank you, Jay. Appreciate you on that. Says, hope all is well in San Diego. Indeed it is, brother. Going well down here. I'm vibing with San Diego right now. Brian says, Chiefs picking Worthy over Coleman or Leggett will come back to haunt them. I think it will too. Yeah. And they've been making some weird receiver picks as it is in recent years as already with some of these guys. Which is odd because you think Andy Reid would be better at it through these years with all the guys they've looked at. Real life exposure. I'm hopeful the D, especially the run D, will look better this season. It should. It should. At the very least, we should hope to see the defense come forward from back end to at least around more middle of the road-ish, I would think. Randall, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Randall. Says, think if Mac does have an issue, it'll be with connecting with players. He comes across a tad standoffish. If they're slow out of the gate, how does he handle it? It's a good question. He certainly is not in that realm of being as kind of quite affable as we had from a Coach Carroll, right, for years, where he's certainly comes as more of a guy that's just kind of on point with it and to the heart of it. He does seem a little bit more relaxed when he's on the practice field when I've seen him mic'd up talking to players, and it seems to be a little more in his comfort zone of things. But he's a younger coach, Randall, and kind of learning his process through that and connecting with players, getting them to resonate with your messaging. I mean, this is some of the toughest stuff that you got to do as a head coach, right? This is some of the biggest uphill battles that you got to fight. So that'll be a big part to tell the tale on him if he's able to get that done or not. So, yeah, hope so. Randall with another $5 donation. Thank you for all the donations, Randall. I appreciate you. Not saying it'll be an issue. Perhaps he comes across like that because the attention is new. Hope John coaches him up different when you're in charge. Yeah, I think that this is a lot to take on to be a head coach of an NFL organization, Randall. And he's had a very quick rise through the ranks to getting here. He's not been in the league for 25 years, and now he's just going to get his first chance, right? He's a young buck coming up doing this, fully well aware of it, and no doubt very nervous on this. I think when you talk about some of the body language and being a bit stiff and coming across as a tad, standoffish, this is the feeling that you're getting from him in press conferences and when the media is talking to him. I think it's a bit of a different place when he's to the players, when he's on the job, when he's doing the coaching thing. I think that's the thing that comes very naturally to him. I think the thing that a lot of these coaches run into, Randall, is where the media stuff, the being a politician, the giving political answers, the saying something at the same time of not saying anything, while at the same time coming across with a complete genteel, happy-like nature. It's a little bit of its own kind of art form as far as a head coach to get that across. And I think that it's not necessarily that vibe he's giving across to us in the media part is the same kind of vibe that he's giving across to the players in the locker room. So I think he's a lot more comfortable. I think he's a lot more able to get towards the players and through to the players when he's in there versus what we see with the media. I think it gives a lot more of a different distinction listening to him in a press conference and what you're feeling from his body language and just his overall demeanor. So I wouldn't take too much from that, Randall. I think it's a bit different to the other side of it. I don't think he's going to have a hard time connecting. He went to 2 different programs, Randall, right? So he gets lent down to Michigan. He walks into Michigan, the new kid in school. Hey, you need to teach all these coaches, and hey, you need to teach all these players how to run this scheme. Oh, okay, I'll do it. I got it. Bam, gets it done in a year. Bam, he's back up in Baltimore. Hey, Harbaugh goes, you got to get this all newly figured out now. This guy messed this up. The scheme's broken. You got to get this fixed. Bam, gets it all done within a year. So if we're going to talk about having some issues with him resonating with players, issues with him getting across to players, having him being a tad standoffish, you go, okay, as we always do, Randall, what's that based upon? What's the history where that's come up and that's happened? And when I look at the history with Macdonald, that's never been the case of something that's come up with him so far in his coaching history. So yes, young, yes, comes off odd and standoffish a bit with the media, but the history of that is not that he has a hard time resonating with the players. It still is right to bring up that when it comes down to it as a head coach, the hardest thing that you've got to do, the biggest and most important thing that you've got to do beyond your scheme and anything else, and this is all on you, we can't do anything to help you, no one else can do anything to help you on this, is can you get the players to buy into your messaging? Can you get the players to buy into your scheme? We had a guy here in Mora, right, who lasted a year here, Randall, because it was obvious he wasn't getting the players to buy into what he was trying to sell. And it just becomes that thing that, you take the kid, you take the Mike Macdonald, Randall, you throw him into the deep end, and you go, all right, you're either going to sink or swim in regards to this side of things. I don't think that there's a lot that John Schneider can coach him up on with this. I don't think there's a lot that other people can help him out. He can lean on certain sources, and some of this is just you either got it or you don't on that part of it, And I do think that there's a lot of evidence on this that he's actually got it and he does a good job of it. And we should think Randall that he'll be able to get that message across with his styling. But I will give you, when it comes to the media, it's a little bit of a different story on that one. He's definitely learning his way through the forest on that one. He'll be much better, I bet, in a couple of years on the media interaction stuff. Chase Stern, thank you for another $10 donation. You guys are amazing here on this. So many donations in the chat through these streams. Absolutely unbelievable. I thank you guys so much for that. He says, I'm so excited about this season. I think DK is going to have the biggest season of his career, like 1,500 yards and 10 to 12 touchdowns. It's one of my takes I feel most confident in. Well, I thank you for that $10 donation, Chase, as I say about a lot of the comments I get here in the chat. Says, speaking about this with John, a couple of people on a couple of other different items that had anything to do with this. I've long said a lot of this is different stuff. I think this is the year that Kenneth Walker gets up to 1,500 yards as a running back. I've also been saying I think this is the year that DK Metcalf gets to 1,500 yards as a wide receiver. Part of the reason that I harp so much on wanting to keep DK in-house is the untapped potential that I truly do believe Chase Stern does exist, is existing, is still there to be able to go get. We just have the right kind of offensive system to go and take advantage of it. We got to stop being an offense that's not going to target the middle of the field at the 32nd rate in the NFL and hope that we're taking advantage of our number one wide receiver to the ultimate degree. We are not doing that at that point. This new offensive coordinator that comes in here is not going to do that. They will show a willingness to target more in the middle of the field. They will open up more of this offense to be more imaginative, to be more creative, to certainly not ignore your number one target for 2/3 of a football game, for 3/4 of a football game where he's got one target on his back because you don't know how to utilize him right. So that stuff is going out the door, in my opinion, very, very quickly. And yes, Chase, I am also anticipating and would also proclaim that I see a 1,400 to 1,500 yard season from DK with 10 plus touchdowns as well, because he's going to stop having, to me, the detriments and the things that were holding him back and start to have a little bit more now, Chase, of the wind at his back, and how he goes about it. So I love your confidence on this. This is why I want to keep DK here. I don't think that he's going anywhere but still up here into the future at 26 years old. So let's keep the guy in house. Let's let him go put up a 1,500 yard season, and then let's go sign him to a new contract extension. John says, I guess the strength of the line depends on what type of offense you plan to run. If you plan to attack deep like we used to, it inhibits your strength of your team and what you're able to do, almost like playing with the opposite hand. Yes, agreed. Ricardo Levis is Sam Howell 2.0. Don't see him being dramatically different than the quarterbacks we have. Plus, he drinks mayo. His decision-making is obviously flawed. Yes, I'm with that as well. I think that there's a lot of close factors between Levis and Howell and what they are as players. On top of the fact that I think that Levis is 2 years older than Howell, for whatever that part's worth. Fly Zone, I think we have a new scheme and offensive coordinator. I think DK will be okay. Yes, I do too. Mike's not used to it is all. Give him some time. Yeah, that's where I'm at with it. If you go to it, like Randall, there was that Ravens one where they've got him mic'd up at practice. You guys can go find it on YouTube where he's talking at practice, and it's a whole different vibe when he's out there doing that. You see that, and that makes sense. A lot of these coaches, you get them in front of those press conferences, there's all those lights, there's all those cameras looking at, just going to make me nervous. I do this all the time. You put me in that situation, you're probably going to hear my voice croak. I'm going to give you some of the Mike Macdonald intense eyes. I probably am going to have some of that going on as well if that were to happen. Jay Frost lives in the chat. I thought we were trending kid. No, it does get brought up, Jay. So it's something I try to get ahead of it at times in the chat a little bit on streams, just to try to bring it up, to try to shoot down. But it always seems to gain a little bit of steam throughout every stream, a little bit, for whatever reason. You know that. What's angry is Mahomes eats steak with ketchup. And John, you know, I do like Levis. I don't know where he's going to fit in as far as his upside at this point. Maybe there is some of that Allen upside to his game. Maybe. I think the decision-making stuff that gets brought up is certainly a factor in within this, because that's a big part of him with Kentucky that need to be cleaned up. It gets hard a little bit. Didn't get to play a lot last season necessarily, so we'll just see how it remains to be seen. I do like Tennessee building up that offensive line for him, though. I will say that. And getting it. Yeah, helicopter going over. Real life exposure says JSN is going to be a menace this season. Hell yes, he is. Hell yes, he is. You want us to do a quick here? We'll start to kind of put a little bit of button on this. So get the last couple. Let's go ahead and start to put the last couple questions in as we've crossed well over 4 hours here into the stream. Want to thank the sponsor of the show, Underdog Fantasy. Being mentioned above here by Chase Stern. He's got a lot of confidence. He's got a lot of confidence that DK Metcalf is going to go for over 1,500 yards and 10 to 12 touchdowns. Well, this upcoming season, Underdog Fantasy has got a lot of great individual lines there on players on what they're going to be as far as their over or under on the season. So with DK Metcalf, Chase, to your point, I think they're going to have set up on the Underdog site for about 950 yards, 925 yards receiving this upcoming season. I'm taking the over on that. So I definitely am going to put my money where my mouth is with that, and that's going to be under the Underdog Fantasy site, where if you use their code NEST or click the top of the description section below, the top link in the description section below, they will match you up to $100 of your first deposit on them when you use the code NEST. So use that code today, get $100 on me to you. There's daily fantasy going on with baseball. You got basketball still going on with some of that you can get in on. Every different kind of sport that you can imagine on there that you can get on there. Parlay those all together, put them all together. Go win yourself some money out there and use my code today, NEST, NEST, on Underdog Fantasy. Thank you to them for sponsoring the show here throughout the course of the year as they have. It's really appreciated on their part. So we have a helicopter going over the top of us, and I can hear him on the megaphone right now, trying to say messages to people on the ground. We haven't had any kind of like nuke attack or something, right? I've been on the stream. You guys would have let me know that, right? I'm not going to walk out to a dystopian, orange, the air is orange kind of thing, right? John says, I always say scheme over team, and seeing Levis in an Andy Reid system, I think he will do very well. I like it. And I do, John, I do like Levis. I don't want to seem like I'm shading him. I do like him. I'm interested to see what he can do out there with Tennessee. He says, stupid, I'm with you 100%. Yeah, it is. So hopefully it'll go away at some point, Jay. But some of these kind of topics can just tend to sometimes swirl around, and it's the one you just can't flush, You keep flushing it and it keeps coming back up. Randall, thank you for another 5, man, and finishing this off right with all these donos today on the stream. A ton of love today on the stream from you guys as always, and I really do appreciate that. You too, Randall. Hope you're doing well with the fam out there tonight. Says, don't think that will happen. More of what is his Sorry, I can't speak 4 hours in the stream, Randall. Head starts to go twitchy here after 4 hours in. I don't think that will happen. More of what his biggest obstacle may be. Agree, he has a track record of success, best indicator of future success. Oh, okay. His biggest obstacle. I can't say the word right now. Man, boy, I'm getting late in the stream here. I can tell. I guess the biggest obstacle would be a first-time head coach, Randall. how many times do first-time head coaches have to go through all of the stuff that they have to learn that are the first-time mistakes? A guy like Bill Belichick starts out at the Browns and doesn't look like can be an NFL head coach, and then it takes with New England. A guy like Coach Carroll goes to the Jets and the Patriots and doesn't look like he's going to be able to be an NFL head coach. Goes to USC, comes back, and then he does become one. It does seem like Randall, if I was to think about this, I would say that it's hard to concentrate because I have a police helicopter that's flying around outside and they're blasting a megahorn in my ear. I don't know what they're saying, but I hope what is that helicopter?
There's an announcement they're making.
There's an announcement? Okay. Okay. So, yeah, sorry guys, it's throwing me off here a little bit as I'm trying to it's like they're going crazy on something must be happening, I guess, world changing out here in San Diego today. So Randall, first time head coaches, they all have got to go through this learning curve, how to use your timeouts, how to manage your game, and if you guys hear talking over the top, I've got a mega horn helicopter outside floating over the top of our house. So I don't know what's going on. It's hard to concentrate, man. We got that in your ear here a little bit, Randall. So sorry, man. It's throwing me off. So what I would say is that you've got to oftentimes these first coaches have to basically flame out and suck completely in their first stop before they're going to then get another opportunity. You got the Rams defensive coordinator that was just hired over there with Atlanta that, he's, maybe going to come in now. This will be his second attempt. He had his chance, Bowles or whatever his name is. Had his first chance there with Tampa Bay a few years ago. Didn't go well, sucked it up. Maybe he comes back now in this second chance and he's able to really roll Randall. So more than being a specific individual thing that I would say within his defense or within his offense, I don't think that he's done anything stupid on the surface of this that's been like, well, that thing that you made a decision on there is going to cause you to get upended there. For instance, Randall, not choosing to go super safe on the offensive side of the ball, not choosing to have an offense that he's going to onboard in order to try to make sure that he can protect his defense and minimize the problems on the defensive side of the ball. He didn't do those things. The decisions that are being made on the surface of this are smart decisions on the surface of it and what he's doing there. So I can only kind of reach to something like this where I go, look, most first-time coaches can sometimes get deep sunk by the fact that they're just not really ready for the job, or that they have to go and they have to learn all of those growing pains the hard way. There's no way to shortcut it. He did bring that one guy in from the Bills, the defensive kind of maestro guy that, certainly has a lot of time playing in this league and both coaching in this league. And maybe he can help him to get around some of those obstacles, Randall, to where he doesn't have to run into them as the first-time head coach. But I would say on many first-time head coaches, you see them a lot of times just run into those situations where it's as small as something like clock management or use of timeouts can be something that starts to rear itself every single week because they just hadn't had a plan in place for how to, do those things. And they don't have a kind of a rigid rule book in their own mind of how they utilize those things. That would be the thing that I think could be the thing that upends him as much as anything else. Just the being so green and so new to it and all of that type of stuff. Yeah, I guess the Choppers are announcing DK trade. My God, dude. Holy hell. Okay, it was literally like I was just hearing. Hopefully you guys weren't hearing it too much. But it was just like, what is going on out there? Is it World War VI or something? Chad Hart, thank you for another $5 donation. Chad, Randall, Chase, you guys are awesome. Drop 1, drop 2, drop 3, drop 4, drop 5, 6. Man, you guys are unbelievable, and you guys' support. I thank you from the bottom of my heart for all of that support. Just tremendous. Chad says, thanks, Brando. See you Tuesday night for the patron and member meetup. Well, thank you for also reminding me, Chad, on that. If you are a member of the channel, we are going to be doing a 5 o'clock member and Patreon only meetup. So I have put the link in the community post. I will repost it again on Tuesday. But if you want to call into the channel and have some discourse back and forth on Tuesday, that's just what we're going to be doing. So if you're a member or a patron, please do look for that link. Click that link, join us at 5 o'clock. I'd love to talk to a lot of you guys. Sometimes we have kind of a small turnout, sometimes a big turnout. I think sometimes people aren't aware of it. So I thank you for reminding me of that, Chad, because I wanted to let everybody know of the fact that we want to get that going tonight and get that, or not going tonight, but want to make sure we get a lot of people in there. I'd love to have a lot of different members in there and, really get this rolling. So thank you for that. Do me a favor, folks, if we could, let's go ahead and wrap this up. So if we got any last couple of questions, please do get those questions here on into the chat. Here's the helicopter circles above my house. Please do, if you guys could for me as well, hit that like button. I really would appreciate it. Oh, I don't know where my thing is at right now. There it is. Yeah. Hit that like button if you guys could for me, please. I would really appreciate it. I thank everybody for watching today, and all of you guys on the donos, very kind of you on that. Really appreciate it. Trying to chase off the UFO. Maybe so, man. They're just kind of hanging over the house right here. So, Randall, if you're in the house too, let me know if that was good, if I hit the answer on that right. I probably kind of misunderstood your first question with that one. So, man, if a perpetrator comes in my house here, you guys just know, like, call somebody or something, right? You guys see me get attacked by guys trying to get away from these guys? Cops are on it with this dude. Let me know though, Randall, if I missed here before I go off. I hope I answered that. I was kind of distracted there a little bit as I was reading it. Can't think of what else could be within what he does in his designs that seems like a kind of an underbelly vulnerability that could be kind of gone after, you know. Nothing stands out to me with it as I think about it. That first time head coaching thing, man, there's so many guys that have come through that some hit it and do it right. McVay and your Tomlins, you know, they've got it figured out right from the jump. Some of those other guys, it kind of takes them a little bit of time to kind of figure out. It's a lot. It's a hard job. There's a lot to manage and kind of get right with it in there. Ocean says Seattle based. I hear nothing in Bellevue. No, I'm in San Diego. I'm in the war-torn part of San Diego, I guess, Brian. Based on what I'm hearing outside. I feel like I'm in a video game. Get your gun. Get the battle. We need you in there. Oh, I'm in sort of the eastern part of San Diego. Clyde's going to be interesting to see the center is. Job, Olu and Nick. They got the battle, man. They're going to be fighting it out. You could fight as well. 1984 much? I know, seriously. I'm going to get a knock on the door and be like, what's going on? Like, we'll ask the questions. Okay. All right, well, we're going to wrap it up on that note, folks. Thank you to all of you guys that donated, participated in the stream here today. As always, it's really well appreciated. I will be back here on Tuesday for a members only stream, then Wednesday another stream with you guys, and then Thursday we got the B&B. So action-packed, loaded affair this upcoming week for you guys. I really do appreciate you watching. King Bomber, you caught me right at the end, man. Sorry about that. But I appreciate everybody watching today, and I hope you guys have yourself a great night. We'll be back really soon. Please hit that like button. Please subscribe. Leslie Frazier was the guy I was trying to mention. Thank you, Wizard. That was the assistant coach that I'm hoping can maybe help Macdonald kind of look around certain corners he's not aware of. Be aware of things that he's not aware of. That's what I'm kind of hoping on that. So appreciate you guys watching today, though. And Jay says, with the new cornerbacks, how do you think the quarterback room will play out? I think you're going to have both your two rookies here long term. I think Woolen's here. I think Witherspoon's here. I think Mike Jackson ends up making the team, and I think Trey Brown probably is traded eventually, is my prediction on that. So, sorry to catch you at the end there, King. Thanks for watching the replay, though, man. I do appreciate it on that. You know, Chad says, I think the Hawks and Macdonald's going to destroy this year. Lou says, go Hawks. Well, I think that's a great way to finish it up. I do hope they are going to destroy this year, Chad. I'm going to be preaching patience with this new onboarding and this new changeover, but man, I can absolutely see a pathway to where this team, a multi-universe where this team absolutely goes out there and destroys this year. And oh, how I would love to see it. That would be a beautiful, beautiful thing. Thank you to all of you guys today for watching. I really do appreciate you on that. Back here in 48 hours for members only stream, but we will be back quick with more uploads, more content, working on some rookie breakdown videos of some of these draft picks. We'll hopefully get that out to you guys very shortly. Thank you for all of you for watching. Appreciate all of the support on the channel in addition to that. But please, by God, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks!